My name is Sherilyn Yazzie. I am a vice chair for the Law and Order Committee. We have 4 of our members. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 10:06. I'll have our staff, Sherelle Nota, go ahead and take roll call.
Good morning, LOC members and everyone listening in on the call. Roll call for Law and Order Committee. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, President. Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Present.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Present.
Thank you, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Here.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota is present. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, 4 members present, which constitutes a vice chair.
Thank you, Sherelle. At this time, I'll ask community member to give us invocation. Ed Seaton with the Kayenta Township Commissioner. I give you the floor.
We cannot hear the meeting.
We'll move on. Paul, can you say something?
Yeah, hello. Yeah, those options, I'm gonna be, vice chair, I don't know. Thank you to the staff and all.
Lord is on the line. One. I know, but then.
can take a 5-minute break so we can, figure out our technology. Thank you.
Lorraine, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I hope that you guys can hear me. We can't hear anything on this end, so just an FYI, but I am coming in, driving into Kayenta. Thank you.
Wow. Hey, Madam Chair,
Can you talk, unmute it and talk into it? No, unmute it.
So we might have to go.
Testing, testing.
You can't hear me, Lauren.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect, okay.
All right. We're good.
We just have to like, I guess, speak. Whoever's gonna be speaking, just needs to speak right into the like. We have plenty of rope.
All right. It looks like we're ready to get started again. Everybody online can hear? Testing, testing. So we to go back to the people.
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I can hear you.
All right, so it looks like we're ready to go then. Let's get started again. I'll call the meeting back to order at 10:21. We'll keep going around the room to recognize our guests, visiting officials.
Hello, good morning. I am Corey Gay, senior firefighter at the Kent Township Fire Department. So, welcome. Ronald, senior fire chief, Kent Township Fire. I'm John with, Kent.
There's five of us commissioners. They are the chair, lead of the Snowski. Every 2 years, we have. So, the chair has all Chinese, leadership, in Lang, big, the police station that covered all the not for the covered. So, you see now 18 chapters. So it all that I need out there, without the dog, the home, the car. 24/7, they're working on it. The college, exactly. The wash down, all around that. Then, nothing, emergency, what's the day, they don't hold that. Shoni Del Rosa, I'm the commissioner here at Keith Township, working committee, and public and my fellow commissioners and staff. Thank you. Good morning, all other team members, township administration, joining us here in the public. Jake, fiscal leadership. One of the commissioners here for the township.
Good morning, my name is Christopher Claw, I'm one of the commissioners, so I just want to say thank you for coming and welcome to Kienta.
Good morning, my name is Leader Knight, I was with criminal investigation here at Kienta. It's good to be here with you guys. I work the office of the speaker, with the 27 Elevation Council as well, with the press officer. I'll be here taking photos and trying to do some news releases. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, I'm the legislative assistant for Law and Order Committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Heidi Lucas. I'm an intern for Delegate Chairman Yonzi. I'm Inuit, visiting from Ottawa, Canada, family from Mi'kmaq community.
All right, thank you, everybody. Let's go on the call. Are there any delegates that would like to introduce themselves?
Vice Chair, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I hope that you guys can hear me. I do apologize. I am en route to Kayenta. I am on the call, Vice Chair, just listening in. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other delegates on the call? Any visiting?
Madam Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, this is Delegate Shauna Ann Claw from Finley Chapter. And I just want to say good morning to everyone. Especially Adele, Shauna Ann Claw, the Shidina, Donna, and Senegi, Yahawasan, and the small, Kodachini, Bashine, Kachini, the Shado, Kia Ani, the Sanella. Based on Aniki Equit Asian on this Islay, Shayad is Libet Hadogi, a Banasness, a Koyad. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
All right, thank you, Delegate Claw. Are there any guests on the call that would like to introduce themselves at this time?
Good morning, Rosanna Jumbo Fitch here from Chinley Chapter President. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good
Welcome.
morning, Darlene Pino from Natis Neville Mountain Chapter Vice President, listening in. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you.
Good morning. This is Loya Khanachni Henderson with Office of Legislative Counsel here on the call today. Thank you.
Right, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Good morning, Madam Vice Chair. This is Executive Director Michael Anderson with Division of Public Safety. I'm on the road today, but I'll be listening. Good morning to all those on the line, as well as
All right, thank you. Drive safe today. Nick?
Good morning. This is Jake. I'm with the Navajo Nation Department of Justice. Just listening as well.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning. This is Rudy Nye with Navajo Nation Department of Justice.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not, we'll move on our agenda.
Good morning, Vice Chair. This is Stacy Allison from Office of the Speaker. Good morning, everyone.
Thank you for joining us today. Going once, going twice, 3 times.
Honorable Vice Chair, We have, Office of the President, the staff upon guest staff, we have the hold on, we just don't know the
Go ahead.
Good morning, committee members, Vice Chair.
Thank you for being here this morning with us. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on our agenda then. We're at item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. Here at item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. I'd like to call for a motion and a second.
I'll move the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and have our staff read the first into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, Appointment Nomination Council, regular meeting through telecommunication or in person, June 26, 2023, and agenda items are Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Carolyn Lobby, Vice Chairperson, Quotation, Keaton Township Group, Councilman Keaton Airlaw, one order roll call and an invocation. Two recognize in officials of the committee, review adopt agenda. Number 4, review adopt the journal. One journal from June 2023. 5, receive report. A, report from Dr. Madonna Jumbo-Fitch, lead GA, Chinle Chapter President on the Resident Division of Public Safety. Going to the letter B, report from Washington Fire Chief, KSM, Fire Department regarding Kansas Township request for title and nomination, volunteer fire department building and Monument Valley Fire Department, Monument Valley, Utah, or after the meeting. C, report from Mayor Chief, Fire Chief, Fire Rescue Services regarding what funds have been expended, what are your plans for recruiting, information on fire academies, who is manning the Amarillo Fire Department, what are the salary and open positions in the fire department. D, report on the approval of public safety priorities for New Mexico by Division of Public Safety and Tradition Branch. Old business A, discussion purpose on scheduling public safety, facility update, chapter, date, time, and place. And this, was tabled at last meeting of 6/12/23, motion by Honorable Stephen Orbizo, second by Honorable Nathan Lota, table for more discussion. Back on the agenda on 6/20/23, and the item still tabled, all members are present, going to be legislation number 013-2-23 is also tabled at the last meeting and shall full quorum is present. To the business A, discussion, schedule a meeting with Chinle Chapter, date, time, and place. B will be the last, after the meeting will be the, tour of the Kansas Fire Department and Monument Valley Fire Department. 8, close the meeting, announcement, and adjournment. And Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Appreciate that. Now we can go on to adopt the agenda. For a motion and a second. Delegate Lota, second by Delegate Arvizo. Well, could we do a roll call vote?
Madam Vice Chair.
Go ahead, Delegate.
Yes,
Neil.
kudo space case, kudo nagaida today, kudo agenda, kudo there's a motion and a second. Kudo aronana kudo Nihidesh case kudo snat ahmashan again nagaida amendment. This case kudo nagaida to add under reports missing and murdered people. They key into investigation. He report ito at least ade ito kudo bekhe kudo nana nagaida Kienta Unified School District, there's an incident that happened, so their reports.
Okay, so we have a request at this time for the,
Second.
go ahead. Okay, do we have those individuals here?
Yes.
Give the report? Okay. We add D, E, and F. Okay. Our agenda. All right, so now can we do a roll call vote for the amendment number 1?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathan Nosa, how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nosa votes green. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Vice Chair not voting.
All right, thank you. We'll add those to the agenda. We're back up to adopting the agenda. We have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, members of the law and order. So amendment number 1, there's 2 amendments put together. And one will be report on the missing and murdered indigenous people from DPS. And then the other one will be report from Kienta Unified School District. And that will be under report as E and F. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote.
Madam Vice Chair. And I know that we have a long agenda in Ecuador. We have to, after the meeting, we're going to tour the facility over here out of East Coast in Monument Valley, which is like 20 minutes from here at the fire station. So I got to a date. I see how we got to stay without them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nosa votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote? Honorable Madam
Charles Newton votes green.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Madam Chair, Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, not voting.
Item number 4, to review and adopt the journals that were sent on June 21st, Wednesday, 5 p.m. Delegate Daniels makes a motion. Delegate Viso seconds. Any questions? No questions? Let's move to roll call vote.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Delegate Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathan Nosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nosa votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you again. All right, let's move on to item number 5, receivers reports. We're at item A, report from Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Finch. Are you on the call?
Yes, I am.
All right, so we're here to hear your report. You have 20 minutes, and it starts now.
Thank you, Vice Chair and Madam Chair, and also other Law and Order Committee members for giving Chinle Chapter this time. We did want to follow up on our proposed updates for the Law and Order Committee. The Chinle Chapter was at the last Law and Order Committee on June 12th. And since that meeting, it was voted upon between the Law and Order Committee members that the Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management would then get a directive in 5 days to help assist the Chinle Chapter in responding to the submitted 213 forms that were in regards to our Chinle Chapter emergency flooding events that occurred on April 21st, 2023. Since then, the Chinle Chapter has not had any further communications in regards to the 213s. The documentations were provided to all Law and Order Committee members prior to the June 12th meeting, and what items were still outstanding. We provided supporting documents in regards to information of assessments that were completed between Chinle Chapter Government, Red Cross, and as well as Team Rubicon. Those were all on site that did house-to-house inspections and follow-ups with each of the homeowners and residents that reside along the Chinle Wash. With those assessments that were compiled, there was items that were noted whether the homes were abandoned, whether the homes were impacted by mud, debris, whether the homes needed additional repairs, whether the homes needed septic plumbing repairs, items on the property that were destroyed, such as fencing, roads.
Can you call Small Canyon and tell her to get on the call?
Inside of the
acting.
Inside of the homes as well, where there were drywall that was damaged due to the high flood waters. We had mobile homes that were damaged due to the framing being twisted underneath the flood waters. We had sidings that were damaged during the flood waters. We also had sediment buildup in some areas up to 2 feet. So we listed a variety of items during this assessment, and those documents were shared between the Law and Order Committee members along with outstanding invoices, whether it was porta-johns that were received during the flooding events at the Chinle Chapter or at the residence. We also had outstanding requests for invoicing for dumpsters to be located at the chapter, as well as an account open for landfill so we can properly dispose of bulk items. We also had outstanding invoices for flood barriers, which were used during the time of the flooding events, where we had to help divert the water in order to construct a berm, as well as construct the HESCO baskets that were placed in order to divert the water away from the residents' homes. We also have other additional documents that indicate the items that were still needing and outstanding during the request of the flood. A lot of the 213s that were submitted were completed during the first 2 weeks during the flooding events, which was the week of April 21st on to the first week of May 5th. And then from there, we did compile an Excel spreadsheet of the items that were submitted to DEM, being that the Chinle Chapter was not getting any kind of response from DEM or return documentation signed, whether it was acknowledged, approved, or denied. We also submitted items where we had direct OEH assessments that were completed for the Chinle Chapter in regards to the justification for the plumbing. And with that, we had 13 homes that were completely affected in regards to damaged pipes. We also had septic tanks that did get destroyed during the flood that were displaced in the flood waters and moved on down the street. We also had septic tanks that were full with flood waters and sediment to where they're inoperable. So we do have 13 homes that are without sanitation right now. We do only have 6 porta-johns that were located throughout the community that was affected. So right now we only have 6 porta-johns for 13 families that have more than 5 family members or so that live within their homes. So we do have additional issues that are coming up with these concerns, being that these items are not being addressed. The septic and plumbing are our #1 priority in order to helping our community members with the restoration portion of this project. The Chinle Chapter, since June 12th, We did conduct a training on Friday this past week where an additional 20 members of our chapter staff and myself did get ICSC certified within the 100th course. So we did complete that section on June 23rd. And with that, the Chinle chapter still has these outstanding items. We are just very surprised that there was no response to this directive that was issued by the Law and Order Committee members. The Chinle chapter still has these concerns of mold testing as well as water testing. We're still conducting berm repairs. I've been sending our daily reports to the Department of Emergency Management of what's being completed. Our funding for fuel, whether it's diesel or gasoline, is also being depleted. So we did request for an extension as we're still conducting repairs. We also still have majority of our sinkholes that have not been repaired. Fencing along our N8095 roadways and county roadways. We also still have homeowners that are without furniture and appliances, so they're not able to keep their food cooled. But overall, we're still working through the process of repairing homes. The chapter is also still waiting on additional funding that was requested and approved in order to help with the home housing discretionary, which our Madam Chair did bring up at our last meeting. So the chapter is pursuing that. So those are some additional items that the chapter is moving forward with in order to continue to assist our members. But overall, the 53 outstanding 213 requests still have not been responded to. Some do involve heavy equipment assistance in regards to repairing our berm. We did have additional correspondences with how we're going to conduct these repairs in order to prevent future flooding events from occurring. And that in conjunction with the Army Corps of Engineers, we are designing, reviewing, and going along their technical recommendations in order to conduct the repairs correctly. They are willing to also assist us with additional materials, whether that's bigger boulders or additional HESCO baskets or gravel or sand and sediment that is used with that process. But overall, they requested heavy equipment, which was never acknowledged by the Department of Emergency Management Commander. So those are some items that are really pending and outstanding, being that we are now within the monsoon seasons. But overall, the Chinle chapter is requesting a direct assistance from Department of Emergency Management, being that it is their responsibility and they do have authority to assist with this type of event. The chapter is still under the declared emergency, which was issued by the Commissioners of Emergency Management on April 25th, 2023. We're still within that. We are still within that emergency declaration as we are still working on all the items that are coming in from our community members. The chapter can only address so many with our limited budget and pending budgets that are still coming in. We are not able to use our ARPA funding that was brought up through Madam Chair, as we are already signing our subrecipient agreements for all of our projects that have been noted within our ARPA funding plans. But overall, our goal is to continue to hold the Department of Emergency Management accountable and receiving, reporting, and addressing all of our 213 requests that have been submitted. When we go through the training that we did get completed during last week, they are responsible for carrying out the command operations, which in regards to public information, safety, and liaison, where we transpire information between all the government agencies or departments. They are also responsible for operations, for helping us, assisting us on site with boots on the ground, helping provide us strategies and tactics to help overall overcome this flooding event. In which with that, I know a lot of the emergency plan operations, emergency planning strategies, emergency plan overall for the community should also be addressed. But we are also leaning towards the Department of Emergency Management to assist us, as they are the professionals within this field. We are also looking towards their planning, where we're lacking those resources of the submitted 213 forms that are still outstanding. And we're also working to hopefully get logistics to help us plan and procure these items, whether it was with PO contracting or any additional information that is needed, and also providing that financial support. I know we all did the review of the legislation 119-23, where there was additional funding allocated to the Department of Emergency Management for emergency declarations. And being that Chinle is still within this classification, we are requesting for that direct assistance to that effect, being that that legislation was withdrawn in order to help assist community members that are under emergency. And with that, it was notated in there that they are to assist with additional items that community requests have. So the Chinle chapter is looking for that additional assessment, where we do get additional supplies that are being requested, whether it's hydrating our staff members with water, Gatorade, food, whether it's repairing or maintaining our backhoes. We did have one of our backhoes that was damaged during the flooding events due to extreme excavating of rock and materials from the adjacent hills. We also looking towards additional fuel, where they do have that budgeted within that legislation that was passed, and also assisting with their personnel, providing that direct assistance and training to our members that are unaware of any additional safety hazards that may exist. But overall, the Chinle chapter is still looking for that directive and that direct support from all agencies and departments. Being that the Chinle chapter is LGA certified, we are working on our end to do our best to help budget and help our community members with what we can internally with our own heavy equipment, but still, we are still needing that additional financial support and also the additional boots on the ground support from the Department of Emergency Management. We are also looking towards to prevent any future floodings from happening, but with that, we need mitigation efforts and response efforts in order to overall help recover from these events. So at this time, we're still informing our community members of what items are still outstanding, what items that are still pending, and overall, we're really hoping that we can help get additional assistance for our community. And with that, we are moving forward into the summer. So I'm hoping we can coordinate between Law and Order Committee, being that you are the oversight of Department of Emergency Management. We're asking for your support and assistance as well as we move forward and helping to get these documents completed. So at this time, I really want to highlight that it is very impediment that we help with our community members' requests. Some are very personal, but we did do our due diligence in completing those assessments, and that what has been provided to each and every one of the Law and Order Committee members. We've been doing our due diligence and providing daily reports of what has been occurring. And as of Friday last week, we did have information transpired to the chapter through liaison that the FEMA portion of the project did expire. As they did get the 30-day extension and no documentation was submitted. So that information was also shared with Law and Order Committee Chairwoman. We had over $268,000 that was expended from Chinle chapter in order to help fight and mitigate this flooding emergency that did occur. Even though those documents were submitted, the Chinle chapter is still working on these emergency response. We are working with our heavy equipment operators in order to reconstruct the berm. As mentioned previously, the berm is 2.5 miles long, starting from the mouth of the canyon located by the Holiday Inn, and it works its way north towards the Nozzolini Wash, but our berm only extends 2.5 miles, and within that 2.5 mile berm, we had 5 breaches that occurred. One at the front entrance where we did have the major impact of the water that impeded on the homes. And then we have 4 additional areas where the water did go through. And then overall, the whole entire berm did get undermined by the heavy water. So we are having to repair the whole 2.5 miles of berm. So that is why we're requesting additional financial support for POs for fuel, because it does cost over $1,000 a day to operate our heavy equipment, to have our staff on site and also coordinate these efforts in mitigating this flooding event. We did try to provide immediate assistance to those that do have non-hygiene areas that are a major concern, those that can no longer flush their toilets, wash their dishes, or anything to that aspect. So we are trying our best to relieve those areas of concern as much as we can, but we cannot fully repair all of the septic tanks without having that additional financial support. And if there's any additional items needed, I'm sure we can work with the Office of Environmental Health in order to help conduct those information requests, because they are the ones that did go house by house and did do a thorough inspection of the interior and the exterior plumbing, and that's where those items were notated on our reports. But overall, Law and Order Committee members, we are continuing to request for your assistance, request for your support, and I'm hoping that as we move forward, we can get more completed, being that with this directive on June 12th, there was no response or action to any of our documentation that was submitted. So with that, members, I turn the floor back over to you, and thank you for the time this morning.
Thank you, Dr. Rosanna Johnson, for the report. Could I get a motion in a second?
Motion, Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you. Second, anyone?
I'll second.
All right, do we have any questions at this time? All right, we'll get Daniel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, at our last Law and Order Committee meeting, so the bench, what happened at Chenli. I don't care the Chenli chapter president, yeah, so that at our last meeting, directive so today, directive Department of Emergency Management. I know that looking at the memo here, from Mr. Cleveland, his last day with the department was on Friday, June 16th, with Abacako. So, if you have any questions, Director Anderson, so, Director Anderson, so it is he can be the Department of Emergency Management. I see high flashes as been because the raging lead. I yell now has vehicle with that total lot. I don't know how one shot. Yeah, the house got great trailers with that. So it is flooding again. So it is to get an update from Director Anderson. Vice Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Director Anderson on the call? I know he was driving. I'm not sure if he's still en route or if he has good signal. Well,
Hi, good morning. This is Dr. Gray Eyes, members of the Law and Order Committee. Director, he's on. Yeah, it looks like he is on the call. So I don't know if we want to wait for him to answer.
What we could do is I do have a request to speak from Delegate Shauna Claw. Maybe we could try to find
Delayed.
Michael Anderson. Would that work, Delegate Daniel? Could we do that work with Michael Anderson? I don't know if he's able to be reached through Zoom. So at this time, I want to give the floor to Delegate Claw. She has a request to speak. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and honorable members of Law and Order Committee. And then also to those in attendance and those that greeted us this morning, good morning. Again, my name is Shauna N. Claw. I am the council delegate for Chenli chapter. And I also would like to put my input in as far as the report that was made by the chapter president, Mrs. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch. And going back to our event that happened on April 21st with the flooding, I do know that throughout that time, I can say my personal perspective is that I did see Department of Emergency Management come to the aid of our chapter members. I was there the morning on Saturday when the group organized themselves. During that time, we did meet with Mr. Anderson and as well as Mr. Cleveland. They had daily debriefings in the morning and the evening, and they did get all of the volunteers and organizations together They did set up their incident command center at the Department of Public Safety, as well as get other entities involved, such as Apache County, various departments within the executive branch, as well as other nonprofit agencies and other organizations such as the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and Team Rubicon. So the information that you did hear from the chapter president did follow through as just explained. Because of those things, there was a request that was made from Chinle chapter through a chapter resolution to seek funding amount in the amount of $220,000. In that resolution, it was broken down specifically into areas such as the employment for the temporary employees. Also, there was money set aside for equipment as well as fuel costs. Also, in addition to that, there was money set aside for emergency housing discretionary funds for those that were affected by the flood. And in addition to that, there was money set aside for the berm. And so my question is that we, as the voters of Chinle, have been inquiring as far as a budget breakdown on what has been spent to date. We did have a chapter meeting on Thursday. During that time, we did hear from the chapter administration, Mr. Walton Yazzie, who did indicate that Navajo Nation Council was not doing its job. It was very disappointing to hear that from the chapter. I did raise a point of order to our chapter president that went unrecognized. So I believe that there is some misinformation going on as far as Chinle chapter. In addition to that, Chinle chapter did receive $8.8 million in ARPA funding. Over $1.2 million has been set aside as far as the burn work. I know that Mr. Tom Platero and President Dr. Boo Nygren did work diligently to get that funding drawn down. It is not all there completely. However, we did get some of the funding. Again, in the financial report, the money is there. So I believe there needs to be an explanation of where those funds are going. During the legislation that was proposed, which now has turned to a council resolution, CMY-44-23, in that legislation, there is a stipulation and also a directive for Chinle chapter to draft a housing emergency discretionary policy that has not been completed. That does have to be reviewed by the Department of, or the Division of Community Development, as well as Resources and Development Committee. So Chinle chapter does need work in order to draw down on some of those funding through the legislation. Another point that did come up during that particular meeting during the legislation was that Chinle chapter was asked a question regarding a GoFundMe, which did have an official Navajo Nation Chinle chapter logo. The chapter has yet to report on where those fundings are going. It was brought before by the Budget and Finance Committee, Madam Chair Shundine Parrish, as well as our Vice Chair, Sherilyn Yazzie. They did inquire to our chapter president, Mrs. Jumbo Fitch, where those funding were going and if a fund management plan was established. So those are also outstanding issues. We did not know where that GoFundMe did go. There was no report and it was not officially accepted by the chapter voters. So in addition to that, the 213 forms, I understand the ICS training we just heard in the report was completed on June 23rd. My question is, why did it take 2 months for Chinle chapter employees and the officials to complete that training when they were given that information during the April flooding? And to my understanding, there has been documentation that has been going out in emails I have yet to see the invoices for Chinle chapter. I am the standing delegate for Chinle chapter, but there is miscommunication as well from the chapter, and I have not yet to see any of those documents as well as the request. So I kindly request that I be included in the email so that I am able to follow up and then also seek additional funding if necessary. So those are the concerns that I have as far as being a delegate representing the Chinle chapter area, and then also my involvement with the flooding. It has been disappointing to know that I have received personal emails and also personal text messages to my personal cell phone from the chapter administration as far as the leadership from Mrs. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, and the text do indicate for Delegate Shauna Claw to stay out of the Chinle flood area. In fact, the quote was that we do not need leaders to be making decisions, but yet we're here again asking for the funding to the leaders. And so I do need for that to also be addressed. And so I do support the Department of Emergency Management. That was why they were inclusive with the legislation. There were various entities that did come abroad, and as far as that legislation, we do have emergencies that do happen all across the Navajo Nation. And one of them started with our winter storm with the Sawmill area. They did exhaust some of their funding for that, and then also the flooding at Bird Springs area. And so we do know that monsoon season is coming, and that was why the Department of Emergency Management did request for that funding to be replenished. They do travel all across the Navajo Nation, and so that was the intent of the legislation. And so right now, Chinle chapter still has their work cut out. They do know the process for UUFB funds. It does not come right away. So I'm sure that the chapter administration and the staff have been working for numerous years. I believe more than 10 years. They stated that the chapter manager has been in that position. So I would hope that they understand that they do need more work to be done. UUFB does not come right away. There is a process that needs to have a follow through, as well as the directive within the legislation. And so that directive did come up through our Office of Legislative Counsel. That was their recommendation. And so we did work with Mrs. Kristen Lowell, and that was her recommendation to have Chinle chapter complete that. In addition, many of these chapters do have in their BIN booklet, as well as being certified, they are aware of the 5 management system that is in place. One requirement is that they have an emergency plan in place. And so that was one of the requests that we did make to Chinle chapter. So if I can have a update on how far the chapter has moved along to draw that plan in place so that it can be go through the process for review and also approval, that would aid so that future events such as flooding, and we know that through Sayet, that's going to always be a natural occurrence that happens on an annual basis, and we do need our chapter residents, also our leadership, to be aware that this is not going to end here, but it will be a continual process. So that is going to be the questions that I have, and I do respectfully request that all emails be inclusive of myself and any that have gone before LOC and any other council delegate, that they be forwarded to myself so that I can remain current on some of the issues that have been mentioned in this report. So with that, Madam Vice Chair, I go ahead and thank you for allowing me to present my concerns, and then also for our listeners out there, thank you for your attendance, and I will go ahead and turn the floor back over to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Claw. At this time, I want to also call on Michael Anderson. Is he on the call?
Michael Anderson, are you on the line?
Good morning. This is Executive Director Michael Anderson. I'm on the line. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear you. I'm
Okay,
gonna turn over to
I was traveling through a bad reception area, so I kept cutting in and out, but I'm back in a better reception.
All right, you have the floor.
In regards to the matter we have, I've had to ask at the time the delegated director or manager of EM Emergency Management to reply to the directive that was given by Law and Order. That letter has been sent back to the Law and Order Committee. Unfortunately, Mr. Cleveland has decided to step aside. He too was experiencing some dismay in the interaction with some of the chapter officials and the situation that was going on. He had asked he stepped aside, and so ultimately we have now reassigned another member of emergency management to step in and assist us as we are continuing to look for a new manager. We have a viable candidate that is being considered, and we're trying to address the logistics in that hire process. The Department of Emergency Management through the Division of Public Safety still remains available to assist the chapter in regards to mitigating the flood event that occurred a couple months ago. We have been readily available and continue to be available. We had directed staff to provide training and instruction on some of the issues that were brought out in the directive was issued from the last meeting from the Law and Order Committee. I remain available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Let me give the floor over to Dr. Rosanna Jumbo-Finch.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and Law and Order Committee members. So I know there's a lot of information being shared in regards to this emergency response. Overall, you know, there are many items that have come up between April 21st to today. The Chinle chapter shouldn't be fighting this hard, Law and Order Committee members. When there's an emergency that's declared, I've even provided that definition of what an emergency is. During April 21st, we had the water come through the Chinle chapter like a river. It was the highest velocity that's ever been seen coming from the mountains. We all know that there is extreme winter storms that occurred, and Chinle is a wash-based community where we are in a complete floodplain zone, and that's the community's homelands that they're going to stick to and stay with, and they're always going to live on and never move. We've had floodings occur throughout the past years, and this is the most extensive flooding that has occurred. In overall, the Chinle chapter, the whole emergency has been placed as we're working for the Chinle chapter, was the response from whoever was on site between emergency management and all those entities that responded. Yes, we had everybody there, boots on the ground on Saturday, April 22nd. But overall, Law and Order Committee members, when I submitted my complaint in regards to this request of getting on the agenda to provide this report to our council members, is the Law and Order Committee oversees the plan of operations for Department of Emergency Management. Although there's high turnover rates and changes in leadership at any time of the day, any step of any project, it is their overall mission to address all community emergency responses within a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week job. And this was even mentioned when we were on site doing our debriefings from the commander that was there. This is why we're put in these positions as leadership, as commanders, as directors, because we chose to do this job to help support our people. And emergency management, this is a natural disaster that did occur at Chinle chapter, but overall, these items that are being placed before us in regards to you should have done this, you should have been prepared, you know about this. Those items should never come up during an emergency. As I mentioned before at Navajo Nation Council special sessions back in May, the NABI special sessions, we found out that these items are being proposed. The Chinle chapter just wants to be able to assist and provide that assistance to our community members that are still under this emergency. I mentioned during that week, we were in week 8. Now we're moving into week 10. 10 weeks, our homeowners have been living in mold. 10 weeks, our elderly have been tearing apart their floors themselves because we can't get assistance from our nation. During the last few reports, Department of Emergency Management had funding in their account. The last few reports, Department of Emergency Management said they spent $175,000 at Chinle chapter the month of May. And only in the month of May, they've been there for 5 days. In 5 days, we were running around trying to determine what ICS is. We had 2 additional members that came out to help support the on-site staff. Although we did have 2 supporting members that came on site, the paperwork is still not accountable. And that is my biggest concern, is I put everything in writing from our Chinle chapter, signed every 213 document, every situation report. And with that, we never got no response in writing. And that's a huge major concern, Law and Order Committee members, because you look at their plan of operations, the number one thing that they also have on there is records management and being able to respond to an emergency. Those are the 2 biggest things. And the whole emergency, I only received 4 IAPs, incident action commands, which indicates the strategies, the objectives, the point of contacts of those on site. And throughout the entire emergency, we've changed commanders multiple times. The chapter was constantly reporting to a different person on site. We had Commander Harlan Cleveland, Commander Williams, Commander Page, Commander Director Anderson, Commander. So those are way too many lines of communication, which this whole entire operation failed our community. And with that, now there's nobody to blame because we're not holding one person accountable for these actions that have occurred. And my people here at Chinle chapter are suffering the consequences because we can't just help them, even though the documentation has been placed forward. And our chapter has been working their butts off. Majority of our supervisors, our managers, they've already all had their ICS training during COVID. So this is nothing new of what this process is. The only reason why we did that training last week is because we have new children that have been hired through our summer youth, and we're wanting to provide them that opportunity to learn some additional emergency management technical training. So that way, if this does occur again this summer, whether it's tomorrow or next week, we at least have staff on board that understands this whole process. And I remind you that this is not our job as Chinle chapter to respond to emergency. Our job is to serve our community here at Chinle chapter. Department of Emergency Management, I ask anybody on this call, go on their website, look at their mission statement, look at their plan of operations, look at the FEMA website. Everything falls back into the Department of Emergency Management. Whether there's a turnover, whether there's a budget change, whether there's ARPA funding, it is not the Chinle chapter's job to take this responsibility to repair these items that are due to a natural disaster. We did get ARPA, and I mentioned multiple times, ARPA cannot be changed. All of the council know that you cannot just change the direct funding source of these ARPA. It has to go through the review, approvals of the community, and submit it back through the DOJ process. It is not an item that's just easily turned over and changed. And we also did get the legislation 11923, which is still pending, and which I've been asking because it's been sitting within our speaker that we met last week, that it's still sitting into Office of Controllers to be released. Yes, there was $220,000 that the Chinle chapter requested, but this was day 2 of the flooding. Day 2 of the flooding, we were automatically assuming, yes, we're going to have to repair homes. Yes, we're going to have to repair roads. Yes, we're going to have to assist our people and hire additional hires, because during the emergency, we hired without having the funding in our account, which is that was mentioned at our last Law and Order Committee that Chinle chapter had negative $52,000 in our account. That is due to the emergency hire. So that's obviously already expended. And during the first week of emergency, we had $152,670 that was spent. And that was reported to the Navajo Nation Council during their special session on May 26th. So that's way over what we've already asked for originally on day 2 of the emergency. And I've requested over and over to have these reviews completed, but the Chinle chapter wasn't even aware that this legislation 11923 was on the agenda until the NABI special meeting prior to this being voted on. And within that, the Department of Emergency Management received additional $578,532 to help assist the community people with public assistance from food, water, propane, firewood, fuel, equipment, other supplies, overtime, vehicles, lodging, ATVs, UTVs. Those are all items the Chinle chapter needs. So I don't know why there's such resistance in order to help the Chinle chapter when we properly went through the process of documentation and requests. And on that same legislation, they were granted $35,000 to Nazlini chapter. We had 5 other chapters on site that assisted our Chinle chapter in response to this emergency. They did their due diligence and did not ask for a penny. So there are many people that did step up throughout this entire emergency. But law and order members, I'm begging you, pleading with you again, we still need assistance. These funds that were originally requested in April have already been expended. I told you our report we turned back into the Department of Emergency Management is well over $268,000. And the plumbing and septic, the quote that was completed by OEH is well over $418,000. I had one grandma that took out a loan just to put her septic tank back in. Are we going to have our own people repair natural disasters throughout each of our 110 communities? I surely hope not, because these grandmas, they're all living on a monthly stipend, living alone. The only item she requested when we did our assessment of this flood again, she just wanted her sheepskin back. And that's how our communities are being treated. And that's not acceptable. I understand Department of Emergency Management. I understand you might be short-staffed, but you're still accountable for that role you carry out. In law and order, you're their oversight to ensure they're accountable for those roles. And all of us have a leadership position in place to where we should be supporting. Our number one objective is supporting our community members. That is why we're in these positions, and that is why I continue to present and I continue to share information. I was on site throughout the entire emergency, documenting. I told you, I documented every day, every photo, every person on site. Chinle chapter has more records than DEM of what occurred throughout this emergency. And we're still continuing to document with our on-site staff and employees. We're still continuing to get those incoming requests from our community members of we still need this, we still need that. I'm having to get donations from other people, other resources, local churches from Phoenix communities, Flagstaff communities are coming out because our own nation cannot even figure out how to process a 213 or acknowledge it. And that's embarrassing for us. We have elderly Biliganas coming out to clean our elderly's home that are full of sediment. I did start a GoFundMe, and it wasn't under no chapter name, but Delegate Shondine Parrish said it has the Chinle chapter logo. So we took that site down, and we did get $800, and I got that $800, and I purchased materials for those homes because we cannot wait on the nation. Emergency is an emergency. We're very thankful we didn't lose a life. But you know why we're very thankful we didn't lose a life? Because we had people on the ground when these floodwaters were coming through. You ask anybody from Department of Emergency Management that was on site during these floodwaters, they had to pull people out of the water, grandmas, kids, parents that fell in the water, and they had to save them. That's how extensive this flood was. And I want the whole committee to understand it is important. It's not about politics. I'm here pleading for you to help my community members because that's the right thing to do. And I turn the floor back over to you, Madam and Vice Chair of Law and Order. Thank you.
Thank you for your response, Dr. Jumbo-Finn. Is there any other questions? Are there any other questions this time? Commission? All right.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I apologize, everyone, for coming in late. I just got finished with an event in Gatiado, Tocon. So I apologize for being late, and I did hear the report.
I think that, the issues that were raised by budget and finance, those issues have to be addressed in writing. We cannot, as committees, overstep other committees and what they're asking, especially when it comes to funding, because that's one of our responsibilities as council delegates. It's actually one of our largest responsibilities as a council delegate is we have a fiduciary duty to the Navajo people. And so I think that when it comes to budget and finance, asking questions concerning the funds that are coming down, those have to be addressed at budget and finance, and I recommend that they be put in writing. That way it is in record that, it is on record that you have addressed those issues. So we appreciate, we appreciate Delegate Shauna Ann Claw reporting some of those issues to us. Number two is I'm looking at the wind system right now, and I appreciate President Jumbo Fitch. I appreciate your your concern and then your passion to help your community. And I guess maybe because it hasn't been updated, but according to the June wind, your general activity fund is $30,411.54. I understand that your general activity fund, that fund could be used really on anything. So in this case, if you truly want to help your community, then I would recommend that you start tapping into that general activity fund to help assist. You also have within your you have housing discretionary at $15,017.21. I think that housing discretionary, you can help assist the community or your chapter members with emergency chapter assistance. And that's why it's so important that every chapter have a housing discretionary resolution in place for the community to approve. And I understand that most of these housing discretionary resolutions that are passed by the chapter usually have a clause within it that says, for emergency purposes to help assist homes. And then I think in terms of the ARPA money, and I did make this recommendation at the last Law and Order Committee, that, if not all of your funds have been encumbered or obligated, you still have the option as a chapter to amend your chapter, your FRF plan. And I know that Delegate Key Allen Begay fought to get like the septic tank, to get septic tanks and then also the cleaning of septic tanks approved using ARPA money. And we do, as delegates, we get a list of all of the projects that chapters submit that show that, the various types of projects that the Department of Justice is looking at, the ones that they've approved, and then the ones that they haven't approved. So I know that the septic is, it is on that listing. So you, as a chapter, you can actually work with your council delegate to ask to amend the FRF to put money aside to help assist your community with the septic problems or the septic issues. Not all of that money is encumbered, is my understanding. So you still have that option to do that. And as delegates, we do that all the time. We're constantly amending our FRF projects to make sure that the issues that are currently happening right now, that we try to address those. So that is another option that you could look at, is to pull your FRF project working with your delegate and to obligate some of those funds to help assist your community members who need their septics replaced or, who need their septics, cleaned out. So that, I think that you should look at that and really, try to, help. In terms of the minus $52,000 in your emergency funds, again, I'm looking at the wind system, which your chapter reported at the end of May. The minus $52,000, when I was driving in, I think I heard you say that you hired people knowing that you didn't have the funds available, but that these people were needed to respond to the flooding. And I understand, in those situations, that these emergency funds, get utilized right away, but there's also decisions that have to be made right away. My concern is even if the funding was approved today to help assist you with the minus 52,000, I know that some laws are in place within Navajo Nation where you can't retroactively apply those funds. And Delegate Daniels has been serving much longer as a delegate than I have. Maybe he'll correct me on that. But most of the laws that we pass in council, they go forward. And I know that we have had situations where we at council have approved funding to pay people back for services that they've given to the nation, but because we cannot retroactively apply a law, and this is actually in the United States Constitution, United States Supreme Court, does the same thing with the Navajo Nation. We do have those, we have to take that into consideration. And I'm saying that because there's a good possibility that even if funds are approved, and we do state it in the legislation, Office of the Comptroller and Department of Justice may not allow that to happen. So, it's really a shame that people were hired without the funding being in place, but that's going to be another obstacle that your chapter may have to, that your chapter is going to have to face. You might have to work with the Office of the Comptroller to find out how you can back pay individuals if that's the case. But also a lot of these services at a minus account, it's going to be really difficult. I know as a council, it is very difficult for us. As much as we want to, with good intentions, we always say, that this back pay has to happen. But in some cases, it doesn't happen. And then I will also mention, President Jumbo Fitch, that we are coming up against the budget end of the year, which is September 30th. So October 1st is the beginning of the year budget. Usually Office of the Comptroller, anything that hasn't been paid out by October 1st, they deny any type of budget to move forward. And a really prime example of that is, I know the tourism, I believe it was September 15th, the Navajo Nation Council approved the legislation to allow tourism to keep their carryover money, and then we gave them additional funds. And by the time we voted on it, it was already too late for Office of the Comptroller to obligate those funds. So we had to pass a new legislation in the next budget cycle, which we just we just voted on during the 25th Navajo Nation Council, to approve those same fundings, because per Office of the Comptroller, that approval was done during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and as of September 30th, the budget ended. So anything in October 1st that wasn't already being spent wasn't carried over. So it's not only the laws that council is, I guess I shouldn't say, we're trying really hard to try to address these issues, but sometimes the laws that are in place really become a hindrance. And even though council has the right to amend those laws and to change them, we don't have the right to amend and change certain laws that are in place, especially when they're dealing with finances. So I do want to say again, I really appreciate your help in getting your community help. And I think that, even when you do go before budget and finance, they'll pull up the WIN report. They'll be asking you about some of these funds that are still in place and how you can use those. And I know, I don't have my BIM booklet, but I know you have Navajo Nation sales tax money. I don't know if that money can be used for any of the issues that your community is facing, but you guys have $188,231.95 in that budget line item. So that may be something that you might have to do, is you may have to look at those funds, consult your BIM booklet, try to be a little bit creative as we try to work through the process to get some of these fundings through. So I'm so sorry, President Jumbo Fitch, that the response has been slow. I do see a report here from Mr. Michael Anderson. And Director Anderson, just FYI, you have it addressed to Eugene. My name is Eugenia, so you may want to double check your documents. And I've been on top of the Nigrin Montoya administration about the documents that you're releasing, because these are official documents. These are official documents of Dr. Boo Nigrin. He has a doctor in front of his name, so that assumption is in place that he knows how to write, because he had to write his dissertation. So make sure that when you're sending a report to the Law and Order Committee, that you're sending a report that doesn't have grammatical errors or any type of misspelling. So I will say, Ms. Jumbo Fitch, we did receive the report that was dated June 15th, 2023 from Harlan Cleveland through Director Michael Anderson. It is addressed to myself, but I think everybody received a copy of that. In that report, there are follow-ups that were done. There are 7 that needed clarification. I don't know if those have been, have been addressed. There were 8 denied due to liability issues or concerns, 5 canceled by the chapter, 10 referred to responsible entities, and their attached tracking spreadsheet has been brought to our attention. President Jumbo Fitch, I will say that I think what we need to do, committee members, is we do need to plan a in-person meeting at Chinle Chapter, if Chinle Chapter will host us. And we will be inviting Delegate Shauna Claw as well, so that we can see the berm, so that we can see the area that you're talking about. And hopefully by that time, all the issues will be addressed, and we'll be in that proactive mode as opposed to being reactive. So if your chapter would like to host a Law and Order Committee to talk about the berm and other issues that are affecting your chapter, our doors are always open, and you can always make the request through Lorraine Spencer. You do have her email address, and we'll be happy to come out and take a look at the berm. Because as you stated, the Law and Order Committee is the oversight of emergency management. And we are coming into budget, so we need to know, are there other things that we need to be looking at to try to, address the emergencies, not only in the Chinle community, but communities throughout the Navajo Nation? Is there enough funding being given to BCM? And I know that during our when we did orientation in Albuquerque committee members, emergency management did come before our committee to say that they weren't receiving enough funds and that they needed additional personnel to be able to include in their department. So again, that's something that we're going to have to be looking into. But that I'm just making it known, President Jumbo Fitch, that with the funding that's currently in your chapter right now, I think some of those fundings can be used, and if it can't be used, then maybe that's something that your chapter might have to work with your delegates to look at. You also have, for your unhealthy food tax, you got $38,706.94. Again, I know that a lot of these fundings are attached to certain things that you can and cannot do with the chapter funds, but consult your BIM booklet, and that might be one avenue of funding source that you can tap into, as well as amending your FRF, ARPA legislation. The money, the entire amount has not been completely obligated or encumbered. Thank you so much. Those are my questions, my concerns, and my comments.
All right, thank you, Chair, for your questions and comments. I'd like to give the floor over to Dr. Rosella Jumbo-Fitch to answer. But I think before I do that, are you guys able to hear us online, okay? We have a air conditioner unit that is loud. I just want to make sure you're able to hear us.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, I'll turn the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. And also thank you, Madam Chair, for your comments. I know we've been working internally, as you mentioned, on all those different items within our budgets to expend as much as we can to help assist with these requests that are incoming and still pending. And overall, Chinle chapter would like to have that report as well as what you explained and defined within the previous commander's report. Those are some documents that we need to have answers on our end in order for us to also plan as we move forward. And the chapter does invite each and every one of you to come out to our chapter so we can see the conditions at hand and hear it from the community members themselves of what's still their top priorities in getting these items taken care of, and also what their preventive measures ideas are. We did have previous administrations come out and do site walks along this berm, so it is very informative to our leaders to hear it from the people themselves and also see the actual conditions that do exist. So we do invite you all to come out, and we do thank you for your time in helping us review these items. We will continue to pursue alternative measures in order to help mitigate these flooding incidents from occurring, but overall, we are looking forward to that documentation from Department of Emergency Management and also their response for the existing 213s to help continue to repair these items. So thank you.
Right, please don't share you. Thank you, Vice Chair Yazzie. Director Anderson, can you hear me?
This is Director Anderson. I'm online, yes.
Thank you, Director Anderson. If you could share the June 15th, 2023 memorandum with the Chinle Chapter President and Vice President, as well as Delegate Shauna Ann Claw, so that they have this within their records. If you could please share that with them, maybe send it to them when you get to your destination today. Or the other option is, if you need help, we can go ahead and have Lorraine send out that document to the Chinle chapter so that they have that, as well as Delegate Shauna Ann Claw. So Director Anderson, do you want to send it out to them, or would you like Ms. Lorraine Spencer to send it out?
I can have our staff send that information out as well. If you wish to have your staff ensure that it gets there, I'll leave that to you. But as soon as I get off this call, I'll have staff forward that information on.
Thank you, Director Anderson. President Jumbo Fitch will go ahead and get you that report so that you have that on hand. And if you want to go ahead and work with Ms. Spencer on when you want Law and Order Committee out there, because usually what we do is we put that on our agenda as a discussion topic, and then we select a date to be out there in the Chinle or in the community that we get invited to. Thank you. All right, thank you. We do have a request to speak from Delegate Adamso. Delegate Adamso, are you online?
Yes, I'm on the line.
All right.
Vice Chair.
I'll give the floor over to you.
Yeah, kudo asin so kon nahasne. So I did nek edishi dajdit so be jo shan ya be edojni ide has ani bikako di kudo sabe tanahdi tahi e donna billah peso chihdi ta igisina indeni ego nakhansalla. And Dr. Finch is correct to the issue of correct to actually say who is responsible. And what I'm getting to is that certified chapters have certain authorities. That's the reason why chapters are given that role, so that they could do some things that the central government can do. And that information there needs to be vetted, and need to sort through the spaghetti. Because when people speak about certified chapters, when individuals say you don't have that authority, no, we have that authority. We're a certified chapter, honey. As an example, mineral leasing, they don't have the authority to grant mineral leasing. And so those type of, that's just open. But what I'm getting to is that as the chapter was certified, Chinle, Navajo Nation still has an obligation. And these type of natural disasters occurring is unseeable. Crystal ball, and I think we need to really look at how do we hold the programs responsible for the actions when they're needed. When they're needed there, and it takes time for them to get there. I think that's part of the conversation too. But I'm not going to say they weren't there. Maybe they showed up a couple hours late. I don't know. But what I'm getting to is that it still lies within the administration's responsibility. And that's where I always say, how far does the mother government how far of that expands out to the chapter? Because the emergency management needs, and not only Chinle, all the 110 chapters. And I know that's a burden on the many chapters that they have to serve, and that sparks conversation of, is there too many chapters today? But the emergency management, they have a plan of operations. Their plan of operation that's in place there allows them to do certain things, and one is to be ready for natural disasters. And I think that's one of the questions that Dr. Roseanne Jumbo Finch is asking. So how and this sperm here, is it a community project or is it a nation project? That needs to be identified. Because if it's a Navajo Nation project, this berm there should have been under the program of water resources, under safety dams project. Although, if it's a community project, that tells you that it's planned from the community, and maybe the chapter is spearheading the job there. So, you look at the liabilities. Who's going to be liable? If who's liable? You look at the canal system in Louisiana, in the Gulf. Those diversion gates for the flood levees are built by the federal government, the mother government, under the Army Corps of Engineers. Try to channel the flow of water. If the dam breaches or the levee breaches, who is responsible? Who's usually there? FEMA. Because they chose to build to allow that city to grow. And I think the larger conversation is that, what do we need to take as a bigger project of the nation? What areas does the nation need to oversee and take responsibility over? because the Division of Water Resources is under the executive branch. That way, you have a community-based project that is given to the nation. The nation continues to try to look out for the wellness and the safety of its people. And at the same time, the chapter still has a responsibility that they play. And I think each administration is different. No matter who gets in, Title II is sets the how the executive branch is gonna operate. I think a lot of these changes that needs to happen is that in order to see the changes there at the local level, basically policy-wise, we need to start looking at where we need to change the policy so that when something occurs like this in the future, we're much prepared for a natural disaster. And you know, one of my thoughts and one of my questions to the Navajo Nation is basically to Mr. Anderson's office is that has there been any collaboration between his program and Division Natural Resources to see whose berm is that? Because I know there was some sort of a berm that was there. That berm has breached. Sorting through the spaghetti noodle. Because the Navajo Nation Council, like I always say, we only have two responsibilities: to appropriate funding and to legislate law. But direct funding for services is all in the hands of the president of the Navajo Nation and his team, who are appointed into these positions called division directors. That communication from the division directors to the chapters, whether it's natural resources or whether it's public safety, whether it's economic development, how are they reaching out to continue to provide that consultation directly to the chapters, prepare them for things such as what happened in Chinle? Very easy to point the finger, but as you go back to sort through the spaghetti noodle, I think that's the way I see one of the questions in this report. What happened? The other also is that I think as council we need to start looking at the chapter budgets, meaning that we all know that every year the chapters do carryovers to their budget, whether it's unused or something. But if it's an unused area, maybe we could allow that carryover to happen and allow it to go into, divide it up based off a percentage into projects, or into to go into emergency funding and things like that. Because then I think that's how that way the chapters are ready for projects, for natural disasters and things like that. I've seen one chapter carry over about $600,000. That's a lot of money. And even now, when council appropriates the budget, FY23, calendar year FY23 budget, all the chapters were allowed their carryovers, and it's granted to them in law. They chose to carry those dollars over for those line items. And I think I think the chapters can actually carry over, move some of those funds internally to cover some of their negative accounts. But if we can't do that, where can we do that in the law? You know, if it can't be done, maybe we can fix that. But that's just some of my 2 cents on this. The chapters have certain authorities, and the council has certain authorities, and the executive branch has certain authorities. And right now, the way I see it is that the executive branch needs to really communicate with the local level to try to take care of this matter. Number 2, the council has appropriated some money. So I really disagree with the term that Navajo Nation Council is not doing anything. We did something within our authority to appropriate money in that region, and it had a unanimous support. Once that bill is signed into law, the executive branch is supposed to move on that. And that's where I always say that we need to find, and how do we hold them whole? Who's responsible for these things? Because once a fund is appropriated, it's in their hands. Council does not have the checkbook. Council don't have the wallet. That money is allocated through the to that purpose. If the administration don't want to release the money, why don't they just say it and just say, "Hey, Navajo Nation"? Maybe we should have directed to go directly to Chinle chapter. But and the other is that we need. I think that the Office of Controller really needs to be brought in to indicate to give us an update on where they're at on the releasing of the dollars. Because a directive was issued on that legislation, you better expedite it without need now, if I remember correctly. So I think that that's something that we could get an answer from the controller. Where is he at on expediting these dollars out? Because the chapter is saying we have not received anything, or the program. Need to get those fundings out there so these things could be paid for. But if additional resources are needed, as such as what Dr. Finch has talked about, number one, we need to get the information on what needs to be infused again. Budget forms, the justification documents, so that this document could possibly be pushed through for additional infusion of funds to pay for these other direct services that are in the negative. Thank you.
All right, thank you, so for your response, and I do have another delegate, Nathan Nota. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Just a couple of comments. President Jumbo Finch, Delegate Sean Clark. That has been heartache to hear, Chinley going through these issues, especially when the funding and all of that has been allocated. And I hope that, your chapter is able to get through these issues as quickly as possible. I think, we're committed here, the Law and Order Committee, to try to help the best way that we can. But my question to you is, I hate to see something like this happen again. I know the berm has been breached from what I understand. I'm wondering, you talked about the Army Corps of Engineers, even Team Rubicon, and then Delegate So mentioned Water Resources has some serious responsibilities in relation to this issue. There's other agencies like USDA, NRCS, maybe their erosion control. Is there any assessments being done, or where is the status of that in terms of trying to avoid this situation from happening again? I really hate to see your community go through this again. Again, my question just is, what is the status as far as any assessments, any looking into the situation to try to avoid this situation from ever taking place again in the future? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Nota. I am going to turn the floor back over to Dr. Rosanna Jumbo-Finch to answer.
And we also have, Robert Willie from LOC line, because the delegate also asked a question of where they stand, so I think he's ready to answer that.
We will go back to Dr. Rosanna Jumbo-Finch, and then we do have somebody from LOC who can also update us. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your comments, delegates. Otto, in response to the comment about what are we doing for preventative measures to ensure that this kind of incident doesn't occur again. So the Chinley chapter, since I've been in office with the chapter, we've been working on this berm for 2.5 years now. The first breach that occurred a couple years ago did cause some significant damage. So our staff, between our chapter manager, our AA project coordinators, and others that came out, we invited our last administration, President Nez, and he came out and conducted a walkthrough multiple times between his division directors from Division of Natural Resources, NDOT, and also EPA. With that, we were able to determine a scope of how the damages that occurred during those dry seasons, and we took preventative measures in order to reconstruct the berm. So between November of 2021 to February of 2022, we were able to establish the berm to where it was at a higher, was a lot taller than it was, and we also built the base to where we had a massive base to help with the water impacting the areas. So that berm that was constructed was conducted through NDOT. They did all of our mobilization between equipment. They helped us determine and engineer a berm that could help withstand the water capacities that we were seeing. We were able to get clearances between the Department of Environmental Protection Agency as well as DNR to allow us to work on the exterior of the berm, which is not on the wash side. So that way we did not impede on any issues with permitting. And being that it was an emergency project, we were able to reestablish that berm. So that berm lasted 13 months, and I made this in my previous report. The soil was native soil and sediment that was existing on the site. We reconstructed with only the items we had. We did not import any items that were foreign materials, and that was a part of the approvals that we did receive between the division directors and the past administration. And with that, since that time of February 2022, the Chinley chapter had a maintenance plan that we established internally to have our equipment operators. They were maintaining the berm. We installed fencing and signage to inform community members, do not disrupt the berm, do not destroy any of the sediment that has been built up for the protection of the community. And then the monthly maintenance, we were able to recompact, reestablish areas where any livestock may have made a path over the berm. So we did do a lot of preventative measures. And now that we got ARPA, each chapter was allocated the similar budget range within the delegate region. Chinle chapter, we set our priorities based on the community's priorities, as well as using any of the additional funding. We allocated that to the earth and berm project that we currently have that was signed and we did receive funding for, of about roughly 1.7 million and change. Chinle chapter did put out RFPs to help develop, design, and engineer along with the Army Corps' technical recommendation to help reestablish a scope of work so we can properly construct a berm at the headway of where the water impacts and impedes into the Jurassic Park residents. But we are receiving feedback that funding is not enough funding to help establish a permanent berm and structure. So we are working through those phases. Obviously, it takes time to rethink and re-engineer, but we are working through the Army Corps of Engineers, as they do have allocated engineering staff that have been assisting our chapter for the past 2.5 years. And before that, we are looking at every option of what other options are available, such as levees, berms. We're looking at bigger boulders that we can place in front of the sand berms. But any kind of support that we get from Army Corps of Engineering is considered temporary. Just like the HESCO baskets that we currently have on site, we have a bunch of green baskets filled with sandbags and sediment. Those items are only installed for temporary relief. So these kind of situations we're being placed in, a lot of them are temporary until we can fully fund the extensive need of this project. We obviously don't know the engineering specification that we need put in place, but we do have to review those routes because we're not allowed to impede onto the waterway itself. So we're working with what conditions we currently have in place. And this was an item, delegate, that brought up this concern of preventative measures. We did ask OPVP, Office of the President. We did ask multiple times to have meetings with them, as well as they do have the capacity within their divisions of Navajo Department of Transportation to help us repair like we did in the past with the previous administration. We are still waiting on a response as far as a meeting. I know the last email we've gotten this morning, they are waiting on Delegate Claw to respond to set a meeting date. So we are trying to work every level to help provide these preventative measures, and we do have ARPA funding in place. It might not secure a full permanent berm structure that we want to protect all the 250 plus residents in the area, but it is a start. And I do agree with you delegates that are mentioning that who else can help assist and who else has responsibility and who else provides these clearances and support to help us conduct the scope of work. So that is my response, and thank you.
Thank you again, Dr. Rosetta Johnson. Are there any other questions at this time?
And we have Robert Willie.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have Robert Willie from OOC on the line, on the call?
Good afternoon. This is Robert Willie from the Office of the Controller.
Okay, you have the floor.
I'm not sure of the question that was going to be asked. So if you could repeat that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
It was auto fill. Distributing out these funds.
We had Delegate Otto ask the question, how far along has the funding, has it been allocated? Where is it at in the process to get to Chinle chapter? That's the question.
Thank you. So as far as the resolution that passed about a month ago by the Navajo Nation Council for supplemental funding to Chinle chapter, the funds were deposited or set up as a budget within the FMIS on June 9th by Office of Management and Budget. So CMY 2044-23 allocated $220,000 to Chinle chapter. When I checked the system, that budget is still sitting there, but there has been no request for payment on that. So I'm not sure if ASC and Chinle chapter are working together to get the documents to our office, but we haven't seen those documents here as of yet. So as far as that allocation, that's where that's at. I'd be happy to entertain any other questions right now.
Report back over to Dr. Rosanna Jungle Finch.
Thank you. Yes, the three chapter did receive that information. We were also questioning where this funding may be sitting, so we did get the same response from the controller's office over the weekend. So the Tinley chapter still has not seen anything or gotten any documentation. So we will definitely be following through between the line of communication to follow through on that request.
Another question on the floor from Delegate Daniel.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair, Chair, members of the Law and Order Committee, chapter president, the controller, the other day, we made that. Is the about the handle data of the structures come. Choose Behini, and the Gidida. Come on, go to what is that Behini, Nadida. Or any of a bad, has not sort of been understood what did and it can hold a leader, but it has not did I don't count all that, I don't check all that. That's it. Well, I don't know that we could unlock it down, please, make it all. So you don't have to get to other body for those that the things from the way that simply channel. Get the needs, because I think I don't want to pay for. Say after I was the sharp with big answers and because he's scared with now, so for those who about to have a special meeting or regular law and order committee meeting at Assembly chapter. So we are able to talk about this case, but I don't know at that time get a report from Office of the Controller. I don't know about the way Director Anderson, not this one, on it, it's not these, so it is going on, please, but I don't understand, so, thank you very much.
Thank you. Delegate Daniel, on our agenda, we do have on number 7, new business to discuss and schedule a meeting at Tinley chapter. In the agenda, when we get to that time, we can bring that up, and I do like the idea of adding in additional reports of everyone that's involved. Are there any more questions at this time? Once, twice, 3 times? Okay, let's go ahead and move into a vote. Did you get a motion? You did. And then, yeah.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Madam Chair, Susan Charlton, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, Charlton votes green. Honorable Nathan Nosa, how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Nathan Nosa votes green. With that, Honorable Vice Chair Carolyn Yazzie, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, with Vice Chair not voting.
Thank you, everybody. At this time, I will go ahead and hand the gavel back over to Chair Charles Newman. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right. Thank you, everybody, for letting me practice my running the meeting skills. I appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. You did do a good job. Thank you. So with that, committee members, the receiving report, President Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, and also those who are here on behalf of the Chinle chapter, we are going to go ahead and excuse you since the report has been accepted by the Law and Order Committee, and we look forward to the invitation to come out to Chinle to take a look at the berm. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. We have a report from Ronald Singer, Fire Chief, Kayenta Township Fire Department, regarding Kayenta Township's request for title to the Navajo Nation Volunteer Fire Department building and Monument Valley Fire Department, Monument Valley, Utah. The tour is scheduled to be after the meeting. So I know that we have them on the agenda. Committee members, if you are good, what we can do is perhaps while we're doing the tour, we can get the report and be able to ask questions at the time of the report. Is that something that you guys want to do? Or do you guys want to go ahead and hear the report now and then ask questions and then do the tour at the end of the Law and Order Committee meeting? Elliot Daniels?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yeah. Kudo, Makide, Kudo, not on any clinic. Later, is met or that did for that is met at the same time. We're doing the tour, ask questions. Because of the in the other after our meeting, do the tour. So you about this case, what are the last eagle? Nash eagle, when I the kid so you don't know about this case about the tour days now, but question I will do that. Okay, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Are there any objections, committee members, for moving item report B at the end, which means that we technically will not conclude our Law and Order Committee until the tour is completed. This will allow us to be able to do the tour and ask questions at the same time. Are there any objections? Okay, not hearing anything from the committee members, we'll go ahead and move this item to the end of the agenda. We'll move forward to item C, the report from Larry Chi, Fire Chief, Fire and Rescue Services, regarding the funds that have been expended under the Fire and Safety Services Fund, I believe is what it was called. We do have Mr. Robert Willie on the line. Mr. Willie, if you could send us out the updated amount on the funding that is available to the fire department, that would be great. Further on the report is what are the plans for recruiting, information on the fire academy, who is manning the Ojo Amarillo Fire Department, what are the salary open positions within the fire department. Do we have Chief Chi on the line? Second call, do we have Chief Chi or any representative from the Navajo Nation Fire Department on the line? Last and final call, do we have Chief Larry Chi, Fire Chief, Fire and Rescue Services on the line? Committee members, the reason why we asked for Mr. Chi to present to this committee is there are funds that have been allocated to the fire department. It's directly from the I think it was the junk food sales tax. There's a certain percentage, and our last update on that was presented was on October 10th, 2022. There was some information because an electric fire truck was purchased during that time for $1.7 million. This fire truck has only 30 horsepower engine. It has a short radius, and there was a lot of concerns about the purchase of this electric fire truck. The electric fire truck cannot be used off the main road. So if you're like on a dirt road, the fire truck doesn't help. It also doesn't help that we don't have a place to plug in the fire truck. Yeah, I know you guys are kind of looking at me like this is, yeah, and it's not capable for handling in mud, snow, or deep terrain. And there was a purchase of $1.7 million on this electric fire truck. So I was hoping to get an update on this. 1% sales tax is what it was that it comes out from. So we do, this is important because we're here to talk about the fire department. We're here to talk about the equipment of, you know, what our firefighters are lacking. We're here to talk about, you know, this specific fire department in Kayenta and the services that it provides to our Navajo people as well as the Monument Valley one. So this request to have the chief of the fire department report to us was very important, to let us know where we stand with funding, to let us know what his plans are to help assist. And of course, we have our firefighters in the room, you know, for them to get information, because really there should not be any fire department on the Navajo Nation that is lacking equipment or that is lacking any type of fire safety measures in place. I believe, and Mr. Robert Willie can correct me on this, so a fund management plan was never approved by Budget and Finance. Per the Department of Justice, it was not required within the legislation, which means that they have free rein to spend money on whatever they want to spend. And it was very difficult to hear that. But I believe, Mr. Robert Willie, do you have the information on the funds that the fire department receives? I know that we didn't ask, the report can't be heard right now, but if you can send that out to the Law and Order Committee, a report, that would be great. How much they have received since this sales tax has been put in place, what they have spent, and then what they have in their accounts. And hopefully we get that before we start touring the facility so that our firefighters who are here will have that information available. So with that, committee members, since we don't have the fire chief here to present to the Law and Order Committee, at this time what we'll do is we'll go ahead and call upon them at the next Law and Order Committee meeting. Director Anderson, are you still on the line?
Yeah, this is Director Anderson. I'm on the line.
Director Anderson, if you could please ensure that Chief Chi is ready to report to the Law and Order Committee at the next Law and Order Committee meeting to talk about the funding that's in place for the fire department, and then also how he plans to address the equipment shortage that we are hearing coming from our fire department. It looks like the next Law and Order Committee meeting will be scheduled on July 10th. That should give him plenty of time to put together a report to share with the Law and Order Committee.
I will get with Chief Larry Chi on this matter.
Thank you, Director Anderson. So with that, committee members, we are now down to item D on the report. Oh, Delegate Daniel.
Yeah, without Madam Chair. So that we're going to tour the facility over here. I don't know, after that, we're going to go down to Monument Valley and tour the facility. So I see the case got of Zoom donation done for what this case what the Chief Chi, Fire Chief, Navajo Nation Doki. So I see the Haliba Yago, the Dona Haliba Yago, the case for this. Sunday or that, he's not present or ADI Yasuti Shakadide. So, tour season is what ended. So at our next Law and Order Committee meeting, I think he's supposed to go back home. Yeah, done. What I did in the way down, the area of the way down, this is it. Kayenta out of Monument Valley. For ADI city Ay, papá, that's cute. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. And for the record, Lorraine, can you please tell us when you invited Chief Chi to participate in this meeting, and then also what was expected of him? So as Lorraine is going through her email, I will say that I sent a personal email to him on June 20th as a reminder. I also asked him to report to the Law and Order Committee about the funds that have been expended from the Fire and Rescue Services Fund, what his plans are for recruiting, in addition to provide information on the Fire Academy. And because we have Ojo Amarillo that is currently not being manned, what his plans are to address that issue, and his commitment to salaried open positions within the fire department. I asked him to be present to provide the report to the Law and Order Committee on Monday, June 26, 2023. And I even informed him that we will be meeting in Kayenta, Arizona, and Monument Valley, Arizona/Utah. That email was sent to him on June 20th, 2023 at 11:33 a.m. I did not receive a response back from Chief Chi. Lorraine?
Okay, Madam Chair, members of the LOC. I sent the document to Mr. Chi on 6/23 at 9:57 a.m. And I attached the LOC agenda. And that was the date that I sent. After that, there was no response from him.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, Delegate Daniels, we do apologize. That was the reason why we wanted him to be here, is to provide us a report, because we will be touring the facility here in Kayenta. And I think the big question when Kayenta came before us is whether they would be coming to council to request funding. If that funding right now is available for fire services and fire rescue, then I think that those funds would be available to Kayenta Township in the event that this does get approved. And that's really what we were hoping, since there's not a fund management plan in place. And for the new delegates, what happens is when funds get allocated for a certain fund type, there's usually the people who are receiving those funds have to put a plan in place to say, if you give us this money, this is how we're going to spend it. This is where it's going to go. But the problem is when that sales tax was approved, it never called for a fund management plan to be put in place. So Budget and Finance during the 24th Navajo Nation Council called upon the fire department or Chief Chi several times to ask why this is not in place. So Department of Justice intervened and said, no, you guys can't ask him that because you guys never said it in your legislation that he had to do that. And that was how this issue of the $1.7 million electric truck came into place, was had there been a management plan, it would have been listed on there that, the trucks would be purchased and what kind of trucks would be purchased. But because there's not a fund management plan in place, it allowed him to spend $1.7 million on a pilot project fire truck that was only used in Los Angeles, California. And the Navajo Nation purchased this $1.7 million fire truck. So it was a concern to the Law and Order Committee, but at that time, again, we were told by the Department of Justice that because when council approved that tax, they never stated that the fund management plan had to be in place. And so that's one of the issues that we're running into now, is how do we make sure that the fire chief is spending funds where it needs to go. Meanwhile, during the 24th, we were receiving reports from firefighters who were saying that they weren't getting the necessary equipment to fight fires. Some of those equipment were the jackets, the gloves, the oxygen tanks were out of expired. And so there were, we had I think there was a list, I don't know if Lorraine can pull that up, but we did hear directly from the boots on the ground of some of the issues that they were seeing, and that's where we asked Chief Chi to make sure that that he addresses those issues. So I was hoping we would hear something today on that. So again, I do apologize, he is not here. Director Anderson will work with him on this issue, and hopefully we can bring up this tour, what was discussed during the tour when he presents to us during the next Law and Order Committee meeting. So we'll move forward to item D on the report, the approval of the public safety priorities for New Mexico by the Division of Public Safety and Judicial Branch. Committee members, Delegate Nota and Delegate Urvizo, we did attend the New Mexico caucus that was held in Albuquerque, where we got to meet with the Indian Affairs Department. During that time, there were some recommendations made to public safety and justice so that we could add that on to priorities. I don't know if you guys had a copy. I just now got an email because I asked Peggy to send us an updated copy of that, but they didn't write down the recommendations that I made for public safety and justice, so she can't forward that document to us. And I was hoping that we could talk about that, but what will happen now is the legislation, Speaker Damon will be dropping the legislation on Friday for the New Mexico priorities. And what we can do as a committee is, once he drops that legislation, I will ask the committee members to take a look at it. And if there's anything that needs to be amended, we'll go ahead and we'll start working to amend that. Oh, well, okay. Was this attached to the back of the document? Okay. I didn't attach it, I just a copy. Okay, perfect. Well, here we go. Let me read through it. Let me ask for a motion in the second first, since we got the document here. Can I get a motion in the second from the committee members? A motion made by Vice Chair Cheryl Inyazi. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. And what I'll do is I will read you the priorities. This is the priorities that were stated during the 24th. Oh no, yeah, they were during the 24th that have kind of just made its way onto the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Under public safety, we have A, policy changes need to be made to former MMIWR executive order or new executive order. Item B, state funding for public safety headquarters and corrections building in Shiprock. Item C, improved communication and coordination between the state and tribal police on marijuana. Because remember, New Mexico has legalized marijuana, and it does affect our public safety and justice in New Mexico. Item D, support the first station facilities, the first responders, I should say, there's a typo. Support the first responder station facility with emergency response capabilities. That is our first responders substation. Item E, establish cross-commissioning for law enforcement officials across the state, county, and tribal and federal agencies for responses to emergencies, commissioning and deputization or memorandum of agreements between intergovernmental agencies concerning education, transportation, public safety, etc. Item F, support to tribes to develop policy like New Mexico State Policy, Do Not Harm Act, for protection of elected officials from harm and harassment. And the purpose for this is for our Arizona and Utah delegates in New Mexico. There was people who were shooting at Democrats and their homes. Item G, align state and county Tier 3 sex offender registration criteria policies to align with tribal agencies throughout the state and coordinate among agencies to ensure the protection of the public. This is an important task that also involves Arizona and Utah committee members because of our Sex Offender Registration Notification Act that we've adopted in Title 17. We have to make sure that we are in constant communication with the state when it comes to sex offenders. Item H, enhance broadband services throughout the satellite chapter communities. Rama, Kwajalein, Alamo for cell phone services. And another typo, Lorraine, it says Raymond. Ramen. This is ramen. Rama. Item H, provide self-defense and de-escalate technique trainings, including active shooter training by state and federal agencies. And again, the purpose of this is during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, I believe there were 3 bomb threat calls made to council while we were in council, and then there was 1 active shooter call made to council while we were in council. And this required us to have to evacuate the building, to call council, and then I think we reconvened, I think it was like 3 hours after the place was swept. Item J, request development of policy for removal of state employees or political designee if accused of felony assault causing personal harm to citizens. And this is a result of a legislation that will be seen at council regarding the Director of Indian Affairs who had an accusation of kidnap, rape, and something else, but he was still appointed by the Governor of New Mexico. Item K, enact any emergency funding opportunities when the Navajo Nation declares a state of emergency due to natural disasters such as snowstorms or monsoon seasons. Item L, state funding for an intercoordinated tribal information management system with judicial data tracking systems and training. What we learned is everybody is on different databases, and it's resulting in no communication happening between law enforcement and courts. Item M, secure information and proposed data sharing agreement with state law enforcement agencies for missing and murdered Navajo relatives initiative. Item N, expand partnerships with external entities, including state law enforcement agencies that are also striving to resolve the missing and murdered Indigenous persons criteria. Item O, establish Amber Alert communications on Navajo Nation, and this is actually incomplete. It's supposed to also be in coordination with the state. So what's happening is this, we receive text messages from the state when there is an Amber Alert that's issued. Unfortunately, the state does not share our Amber Alert on the Navajo Nation when the Navajo Nation issues. Item P, state funding to help in securing E911 services. Item Q, emergency management funding. Item R, human trafficking awareness. Item S, complete FirstNet build-out. Item T, funding for sexual assault prevention programs. Item U, increased juvenile justice program. Item V, hate crime prevention awareness. Item W, online safety awareness or training dangerous website. Item X, improved communication for dead zones for public safety. And item Y, improved policies and registration for sex offenders. And just an FYI, committee members, New Mexico actually gives funding to chapters. They help with their chapter projects. I think Navajo Nation receives millions of dollars. Arizona doesn't do it, Utah doesn't do it, but every year, New Mexico, the Navajo Nation gets funding directly from the state. And so in addition to that, the governor has her own initiative where she has her own funding, where she helps Navajo Nation as well. So what we're doing with this priority listing is to make it clear to her what the priority is. So when it comes to state funding, they can allocate funds to some of these programs that are currently in place that help tribal nations in New Mexico. So that is our priority at this time. It needs to be fixed up a little bit. I just got an email from Peggy and also Speaker Damon just saying that amendments could be made on the floor. So Lorraine, if you can go ahead and, I think it has already been sent out on the 5-day comment period. What's that? Oh, on the 28th, it'll be sent out. But in the meantime, let's get it scanned and let's get it sent to the Law and Order Committee members so that they have a copy of that and they can start making changes if they need to.
I'll be out of the 5-day comment on 28th.
That's fine. It'll prepare us. So when it gets to, I think it's going to be going to all the committees, right?
No.
Okay, when it gets to NABI, then we'll have the amendment language ready. Okay, committee members, a motion was established by Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. A second was made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Are there any questions or comments?
I have a question.
Delegate Nathan Oka?
At the caucus meeting that we had in Albuquerque, at the caucus meeting we had in Albuquerque, we had the opportunity to make additions to the 22 list that he had. And then I made several additions, I guess. And then we had until Tuesday to put in some written recommendations as well. I'm wondering, is that added into that, as far as you can tell?
It doesn't appear to be, because the recommendations, some of the recommendations that I made are not added on here.
Okay, so,
Yeah,
but we
so-
can make amendments.
But you can make amendments. I would recommend that you work with Office of Legislative Counsel ahead of time to make those amendments.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the report on the public safety priorities for New Mexico? Vice Chair Yazzie?
So on that list, all of us have some kind of data to back it up, that these would be the priorities as we move forward. That way, you were mentioning that New Mexico does have a full report of why they are asking, or we're requesting for this funding from New Mexico. I have the data behind it. That would be my question.
Somewhat, which is why one of the recommendations that we have under the priority is the data sharing agreement. Because so we have the data on our end, but it's just the state not being able to, or not sharing the data with us. And then they'll say the same, that we're not sharing the data with them, but we do have reports that we provide to them. And so it's kind of a back and forth, but that's one of the priorities, is to have that data sharing in place. But there's some data that's being collected and then some that are not. So we'll have a better understanding once we start sharing that information to say, okay, well, we need data on this specific issue. You know, where is there data for this? And then we could ask the state for it, and if the state doesn't have it, if we don't have it, then we know that we got to start collecting data on that issue. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I guess.
So we're kind of just going in a leap with this. We have to have the data, but we don't have it, and then we got to be able to justify it in order to get on this list. So it's kind of a big loop, and we're just trying to close the loop to make sure we have the information.
Well, we're trying to close the loop, yes, we're trying to close the loop. But what's happening is the Navajo Nation has some data, and then the state of New Mexico has some data. But what's happening is they're not sharing that data. And what we've learned is, you know, there might be double the work that's happening. So the state might be collecting data, and then the Navajo Nation might be collecting data, and we're not sharing that information. And as a result of that, like, there's not really anything that's coming out of public safety and justice. The other thing too is New Mexico might be collecting data that's different from what the Navajo Nation is collecting. So it's also that sharing of data to make sure that the accurate numbers are being shared, not only with the state, but also, you know, at the federal government as well. So it is closing that loop when it comes to data. And then the last thing is there's some things that the state of New Mexico may not be collecting and the Navajo Nation may not be collecting. But, you know, once we find out what they're collecting data on, we'll be able to say, what about data on this? You know, who's going to be collecting that data type of thing. And we can get state funding for doing that. Any other questions or comments?
One more question.
One more.
You had mentioned that Arizona doesn't do this at this time, and what was that process to start advocating for the Arizona side? Maybe you can kind of be up to speed on that.
Well, as you know, Vice Chair, New Mexico is actually Democrat. We're a blue state. And so every year, the state of New Mexico has always given funding to the New Mexico chapters and then to the New Mexico people. For instance, we just last week got a $500 stipend for, every person who's filed in the state of New Mexico. And I think every year we've gotten, since COVID, like we've gotten 500, 1,000, and then we know that Arizona doesn't get that and Utah doesn't get that. And then our chapters also receive additional funds. It's within their budget. The state of Arizona, we have gone there multiple times to try to advocate. The state of Arizona is a red state, so they're headed by Republicans. And I think this last time, the state of Arizona, for the first time in a long, long, long time, got, you guys, think you guys got like 10 million with it? Does anybody know? So so there was some projects that were funded, but that would have to be a fix during the budget year. But every year we advocate that the state of Arizona should be giving Navajo Nation funding as well. The state of Utah, we've also done the same thing, but they don't do it. So we're very fortunate in New Mexico that we have a legislative, I guess, branch that is very, they're always helping the tribe. So it's not only Navajo Pueblos get it, and then also the Apaches. Yes, did you have a question?
You guys not get more?
Coming from the state of Arizona.
Document to allow for additional funds for public safety facilities, but I don't believe any of the projects that were approved by the state of Arizona, I don't believe any of them were public safety buildings. So there was no money that was allocated from Arizona. We tried to advocate, we sent in the documents, but we didn't get the funding in the end.
The reason is, New Mexico, all of its communities are county voters. We try to get more help than they received some of the Apache counties, they received Okanina, but not us, not Navajo. Zero money, just like the tribe. Everything goes to the south of our I-40.
I don't know about that, but I know in New Mexico, it's a blue state. It's a solid blue state. So the majority of people in New Mexico are Democrats. And I'm a proud Democrat. Anyway, so that's where this funding comes in, is to try to help. So what the governor does is she holds a public safety and justice, like a meeting, and she calls in all of the tribes. So every year this is done in the state of New Mexico. And then what we do is we talk about some of the issues that are happening where the state can help us. And then if she thinks that project is a good project, she'll give funding to it to help get it going.
Okay, so we did get a text message from Dolores Gray Eyes to kind of help me understand that part of what funding came through. So she mentioned that Arizona gave $53 million last year, and it was for the court building. And in my community, Delcon received $3 million for public safety. Thank you, Dolores, for your information. I appreciate it.
$53 million. So public safety in the state of Arizona received $53 million? We need a report from the Office of the Controller then, if this is coming from Dolores Gray Eyes, because I know that Delcon got that $3 million, but I didn't know that they got $53 million. That's enough to start building out a lot of the projects. Mr. Robert Willie, are you still on the line? Still on the line?
This is Robert.
Mr. Willie, are you aware that the state of Arizona gave Navajo Nation $53 million for the Arizona, I guess, the DPS project?
I'd have to, check with, contract accounting, if it's external funds to see if that, has been drawn down. So I can, have my, I can check with the accounting manager for contract accounting to see if we did get any funds from the state of Arizona in that amount.
Okay, yeah, if we can start looking into that. But just to be clear, committee members, so New Mexico, every year we get funding. I think with the state of Arizona, you guys got project funding. And that's where we get to, I guess, talk to the governor and talk to our legislatures to say, this is where some of those funding should be allocated. And that becomes very important. And as we learned at the caucus meeting, a lot of our chapters are receiving millions of dollars and they're not spending. And so what we were trying to do is figure out how do they start spending for a lot of these projects, and then also for the priorities that we're listing. And then these priorities, actually, Pueblo's passed their priorities as well. And I think, at least in the past, when we're able to agree on a project, that's where I think the governor says, okay, yeah, let's give money to that, to that project. And that comes directly from her funding. Because the New Mexico legislature, they get their funding through the budget process. And I think the oil was a huge, do you remember? Oil was a huge contributor this past year. And so that's why we were actually getting additional funds. And that's how that stipend for New Mexico residents came out. Do you have any other questions?
This is Dr. Gray. I'd like to make a clarification.
Go ahead, Dr. Gray.
Hi. Arizona got $53 million for projects, not just public safety. Delcon was given some money, I believe $3 million for the public safety building. And then the Kayenta courts got between 11 and 13 million for their court building. And then the rest were for other projects like the Nick College and also NTU for their school projects. So it's 53 million for Arizona projects, not just public safety. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions regarding the priorities for New Mexico? Delegate Daniels?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. Should put that on in New Mexico with a petition. Yeah, for those that legislation, so that was great that get that can educate it, so it all, those caucus of that shot. That's all they care about. That does educated down TV. I don't know. You need to do the same to the beauty hospital and public safety. I know we have legislative priorities with you, public safety, what you want. Thank you.
Hey, Delegate Daniels, just so the committee knows, and I think I've made this announcement before, I'm currently working on the Law and Order Committee priorities. This is based on our orientation that was held back in Albuquerque. I was waiting to complete out the leadership meeting. So, in the event that anything should come out in the leadership meeting that we need to add to our Law and Order Committee priorities. I know that Budget and Finance just last week passed their Budget and Finance priorities, but we'll have one for Law and Order Committee priorities as well. And this will help us to advocate at the federal and state level for any type of funding that's needed, but also maybe changes to the law that need to occur. So I am working on that now, and I'm hoping to present that to the Law and Order Committee after the leadership meeting, which is scheduled for July 5th and 6th in Albuquerque. And then we also, just as an FYI, we also got a thumbs up from the Attorney General's Office for the United States, Elisa Demas. She's going to be present, as well as the FBI agents for the state of New Mexico. Just the same thing that we got here with Arizona, we'll be having there in New Mexico. And then we also have the presenters who are currently still, I think we just need one more presenter to confirm, but we have everything set in place. And then just so you know, we'll also be going through one whole day of the Title 17 amendments that need to happen. And this is for public safety. So that will be on July 6th. It's a full day, so the chief prosecutor will be coming in, and this is going to be our time to decide whether we want to proceed forward with those amendments or whether we need to come back together to try to maybe amend the amendments again. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments regarding the New Mexico priorities? Not hearing anything, a motion was established by Vice Chair Cheryl Ignazzi, and second by Delegate Herman Daniel. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote to accept the report on the New Mexico priorities. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arbiza, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stephen Arbiza votes. Honorable Herman and Daniel, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Herman and Daniel.
Green.
Honorable Mason Mason. Cheryl Ignazzi, how do you vote? Thank you. Honorable Cheryl Ignazzi votes. Madam Chair, Charles Clinton, yes, one. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Cheryl. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. The report on the New Mexico priorities is hereby accepted. Again, committee members, work with Office of Legislative Counsel if there's anything that you want to add as an amendment on this legislation. And I believe it's 0137-23, and it's in the 5-day comment period. We have another report. I didn't get that updated. Is it, did you guys send it out?
Yeah. Report from Reader Net.
We have a report from
Reader Net.
And the report is on missing and murdered Indigenous people. Sorry, I don't have the updated Law and Order Committee agenda. So do we have Reader Naz on the line? Oh, there you are, sorry. Hold on. So just really quickly, Mr. Naz, you've been called here to provide a report to the Law and Order Committee members. At this time, we'll give you 20 minutes to present your report. You can call as many agents on the line if you need to, or who are here present with you. Upon completion of your report, if you could let the Law and Order Committee know that you are done, we'll turn the floor back over to the committee members for questions that they may have. And then during this time, I'm going to remind everyone who is listening in online and those who are here in person who are attending to make sure that your phone is on mute. Any disruption is a disruption of the work that is being done on behalf of the Navajo people and the Navajo Nation. Are there any questions that you have regarding the procedure at this time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you for 20 minutes to present your information.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, we were mad listening, so, some of the numbers that I had for you here, is mainly based on Kieta. Village and the other, you get, that's, I don't have those numbers. This is only for Kieta. These numbers back from 1993. From that point on, the active cases that we still have open, that still pending within, 9. Last week, we had another juvenile that was missing. She's still missing. So, that one between here and Tuba. What about maybe we get involved in those? Every single case that's been, we found a lot of them. We were able to find the number of them. Out of this, 25, four of them are homicides. One is suicide. Natural, 0. Accident, 5. Undetermined, 13. These numbers are probably going to go up here on this homicide again. As we know, these individuals are involved in homicide. We still need to find them. So, where I'm requesting persistence. Use attorney's office to take it up. Bootlegging, liquor, fentanyl. We haven't prosecuted any one of them. Last 2 years. Not really. Domestic violence is one of them. That's 5 out of the whole case. Out of these numbers, 20 of them are male, 7 are female. It's real easy for me to give you a lot of these numbers, just like this. I want you guys to hear directly from the family. That's why I got these families.
He was last seen on March 3rd or 4th of this year at a house in the community of Chiltern. And due to some circumstances that I won't go into, my mother went to the Kansas Police Department on the night of March 5th and filed a missing persons report. And that's my mother right here. After that report was filed, a criminal investigation ensued, and searches organized by my family began the very next day on March 6th. And on March 7th, I saw 2 Kansas PD officers assist on the search. That was the very last time any officers from Kansas PD came to help us search. Yet my family and I, we worked tirelessly since just about every day as tracks was fresh, and we set about in vehicles and on foot asking possible witnesses and scouring the land in efforts to find my brother. I came into all this, my family began all these efforts completely ignorant. We didn't know who to ask for help. We didn't know the processes of the police department, or that it operates completely separate from criminal investigations. And so many times I've called the NPD and been told, you need to talk to criminal investigations. And that's what I did. Then criminal investigations told me you need to call Kansas PD. They need to help you guys as far as searches are concerned. And I left messages for Lieutenant Byron Cooley, and on May 3rd, I resorted to calling him. And to this day, I have not received a call back. And we did a big search on
Ready to go?
105. God is supposed to eat it. No, it looks like it's all over the floor.
I don't know if anyone can hear us, but we've lost audio and number ending in 891. You're unmuted and we can hear you.
Hello? I think you're.
I can hear you.
Gloria, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, yes.
It's back on?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you on your microphone say testing?
It's faint, but we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, and my name is George Paul from here. It's on the west side. It's called the river there. There. And on January, the sign went missing. George Paul June. And since then on, you know, I've been trying to dig a hole of the 911 at that time. Nobody showed up. My parents tried calling. At that place where he went missing, you were all good things. I called 911 for a company that, you know, supposed to get it. I knew the navigation law, you're supposed to pick it up, Arizona law, you're supposed to pick it up anywhere. Our plant, anywhere. That's what I'm concerned about. How come you're not picking it up? Is it too hard? Do we need 5 or 6 this batch to work on it? If you can't handle it, get a job. How is it? You better get hooked on that one, so you work on it. If you can't handle it, it's that them. Especially when I think I mean, you put it in there. You know, this thing and think I can get about it, as well. They look at different parts of what is, I don't know, taking in. I never thought of my son to go missing. He fought for the insect in the neighborhood. Now, you forget, you're talking about it. So probably, probably, I'm not sure that I would get this part. Part of the message of coming here, the top, there, the last, and later, part of the doctor for a time. 45 minutes. Navigation on wage. Sitting there, not away talking, they're not talking. They're good, 5 minutes, put it, hurry up and punch in. Screenshot. They ate and they were sitting there, laughing away. If I get a put my car and this, the daily keep on. What do you want? You don't tell the person like that, you know, I think. Well, yeah, so come on. But there's no, with 5 speed. They thought it was not much of a time. What have you got? Hey, go ahead. You think that we're going to stay home? How are you guys? You're thinking that you guys paint your officer like that? Yes, and then there's also the media reading. Our fire department, what is actually getting, what is coming out? In our in there, when they have it, but there's no impact. That's not. You guys change your officer like that? When the way when you're God, people, you know, who's selling for it, who's selling drugs. Are they related? They should not get off their problem. If they're gonna make it, they keep their job, now they don't get a.
We're not gonna have language like that.
Yeah, no.
No, I am not gonna stand for that.
I'm not here.
I understand that. I don't know that type of language.
You can go.
We there is no need for that type of language.
You think?
No.
You got to figure the department, you got to.
There is no need for that. And that's where I'm gonna stand as committee chair to say that there is no need for that. I understand that, but there's no need to talk to us like that. Officer, can you please come to the.
Thank you.
Officer, please have him removed.
A lot of the cases that I work on, a lot of frustration. All of this is going into my office. That's why I brought these two things. Because you guys are there, I can talk to me. The one thing I don't understand is I represent the African nation just like this.
Okay, who's it's silly.
That's doing a lot of damage, and I can't trust you in your cases in Utah or Arizona. I don't understand. I still have it. I'm trying to look for it, but I can't. Yeah, that's a travel case. That's what I need to discover. These numbers that I have, they're still pending. I have one young lady that was paid up in 1993. Very good wisdom. unknown only to God could tell. With the homicide rate. I haven't even got a chance to write up that second one or anything. They go back up for DNA. I don't have that time, and they don't make our families tonight. I need you guys help. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Reader. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or comments at this time? I will state for the record that we don't allow that type of language. I'm a woman, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, I'm a mother. My husband doesn't have that, and I won't allow another man or even another woman to have that. I think that there's a certain respect that we should all have. I understand the frustration. Criminal investigator Reader, I understand that there is frustration, but you can't ask somebody to respect you if you're not calling them out on where that respect needs to be. And as chairwoman for this committee, I will not allow anybody to pass at this committee. Because in reality, we can help, but we don't have control over police department. And in fact, I was texting Director Anderson to ask him, do we have somebody from PD who is listening to these stories? I haven't got a response back yet. But we will as a committee, we will talk with you, we'll meet with you, we'll sit down with you. I'll even explain the process if somebody can bring out the whiteboard so I can write all over it. So that you guys know that process, but I will state again, committee members, I apologize, but we cannot have that. That's that part of that de-escalation that we have been talking about. Is when somebody is starting to get upset, we make it known to them that there's no need for that type of action, there's no need for that type of language. So if I was wrong in that, please let me know, and at the next committee meeting, if that happens, I will allow it to continue. Delegate.
Reader, thank you for your report and believe me. I know your frustration, I have friends in CI and in Iraq, and I know what they go through. There was no help, okay? I don't know, that's what we have family missing. I'm really sorry, but with the system that we have, it's slowly called. How are we going to help the children? I know your frustration. I know you're upset, and but we have to find these folks. I would delegate from these. I'm here with I'm willing to talk to care, also need to know that. I don't know how long over in the past, but I know the agenda we before you. There's areas that we need to fix and make it easier. And Chair Luke is working on those to amend Title 17 of some of these issues. Even as I see, that same with Mr. Reader's department. We need to do a better job at working together. Maybe to couple, most of it is protection. When I was growing up, I partied and everything. Every legislation that the state went through regarding drinking, I thought I was targeted. But as I grew older, I realized that those laws are not against me, but it's to protect the family that's coming down that road, innocent family coming down that road, to protect them. from people like me that drink. I've quit drinking since, but, you know, without it, but what I do know is we need help. We need to help everyone, not, you know, all across the reservation. I want you guys to know this problem. I know how frustrating it is, and it's you know, and I'm here to help you. I'm here to help you. I think that we just withdraw an order so that we can give you the tools that you need to help these folks. We had a conference down in Corneros. We met with the FBI, we met with the folks, how they take on things. So, and a lot of times FBI don't want to take on things because it's not effective. It's not many data, you only getting kids. A lot of people, but I see on the eye of each other. I'm glad I don't know how for you to school. So glad you gave the property to the yard, and no they have to. A lot of this sort of thing. I know it's really hard to stay back when your loved one is hurt or you want to get involved. You want to go do your own investigation. But some way, somebody needs to start educating that. Let's preserve the evidence. Everything, FBI or ICD. So I can give up on this, but I'm here. In the reader and the family, I know. A lot of times I was over at, so some of these kids, these folks, they go to Phoenix, they go to Albuquerque, they hang out like that. They don't know. Tomorrow to Jagger, there's an 85-year-old man up in Albuquerque. Nobody knows what he did. He's from Eastern, but he's at a shelter home. Nobody checked on that. Nobody has called in for this 85-year-old guy and tried to bring him home over to the Eastern area, around the compost area. Nobody knows him. You know, try to find his family. So what some of these they go to these shelters and they just kind of live there. I don't know, kids over that, they want to go to the big cities, they want to hang out there because there's really nothing to offer for them on the reservation. So we really need to look into those areas where they can take shelter full time while we see. So I'm here for you guys. I'm sorry about trying to find your son, but I know Mr. Reader, in this short time that I met him in person, he's a caring individual, and he'll be willing to help you, I'm sure. The Reader, thank you for your report, sir. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Rizzo, and also to Sheena Upshaw, Ms. Upshaw. Thank you for your report. One of the things that I'm gonna stand here and I'm gonna address, you and your family. One of the issues that we ran into, or actually when I came in on the 24th Council on Border Community, we learned that there was no data that was being collected. And that became a problem because when we would go to the federal government or even to the state, the first thing that we would hear is what's your data, what's your number? You know, that's how the funding is allocated. I also learned during the 24th Nomination Conference that the same thing happens at the Navajo Nation level. So what that means is if you have a community of 20 people and like 2 people need help versus a community that has 6,000 people or 3,000 people, all the forces are going to be focused on that one community that needs additional help, that needs that help. So when I started doing during the 24th is I started collecting that data. And I've been asking police department, criminal investigations, judicial branch, prosecutor's office, we have been asking them to share that information with us. We have also been asking the police department and criminal investigation, when somebody goes missing, what do what do you guys do? How is that information shared with the Navajo people? So I have been trying as a delegate to try to share information as I hear them, as I learn them. But what I can say is that right now, there is no, like a checkoff list if somebody goes missing. So you're right, there's not anything out there that says, if your loved one goes missing, this is what you need to do. We know that you call somebody, you call the police. We know that the response time is slow, and we've been slowly addressing that issue. So, when during the 24th, we learned that there were only 120 police officers who were employed on the Navajo Nation. We have 27,000 square miles, over 200,000 Navajo people living here on the nation. And we only have 120 patrol officers. And we have less than, I believe it was less than 20 criminal investigators. And then we just got a report, law and order committee, that 50% of the criminal investigators' time, actually 70% of the criminal investigators' time is having to go be the coroner because of the deaths that occur on the Navajo Nation. Their priority right now, criminal investigators, is when a death happens, that's their priority. So they have to drop everything and they go. So as a committee, we're trying to address that. We're trying to allocate funds for a coroner's position. That way it will give back that 100% time to criminal investigators so that they can focus on the investigation. Police department is the same way. So when you shared your story, you said you called the police department and then they transferred to the criminal investigation. Criminal investigations, they take over at a certain point. But I don't know why you were being told to contact me for the investigation, because criminal investigators are supposed to be investigating when that case comes to them. That is the report that we received at law and order committee when we asked that question. At what point do you take over criminal investigations? And they said when the case is referred to them, that's when we take over. So, and then at some point, criminal investigations will make the determination of whether that case needs to go forward to the FBI. So this is where Mr. Weaver's telling us that he needs help, to make sure that the cases get addressed. We learned as a Navajo Nation that the prosecutor's office, there's certain crimes that when they're committed on the Navajo Nation, when they get referred to criminal investigations and when they get referred to FBI. So when that happens, what Mr. Reader, what he does is he basically puts the whole case information together and then he sends that to the U.S. Attorney's Office for the United States. That is really when the United States Attorney's Office, they get, that's when they take over the case. And so what Mr. Reed was saying when he reported that he has been submitting those requests and that there's no prosecution that has been done. So we met with the U.S. Attorney General's office at Twin Arrows, I believe it was 2 weeks ago. And right now we're trying to hold their feet to the fire and say, why are you guys not prosecuting these cases? This is what we learned. This was a report that was given to our committee last year. There were 233 cases that were declined for U.S. prosecution, for federal prosecution. 233 cases. Of that, we can say that there were 110 cases that lacked evidence or they were insufficient for prosecution. We also learned that 66 of them The US Attorney's Office looked at it and said, yeah, it's probably not gonna win the case. So we are asking those questions right now about why we don't have jurisdiction over the federal government. We have been asking them, what does it take? 233 of these cases have been, they've been defined. We've also been calling criminal investigations of police departments to say, what are you guys doing? What we've learned is that the federal government is not letting police departments or criminal investigations or Navajo Nation know when the statute of limitations comes in. So the statute of limitations, what that means is for certain crimes, you have a certain amount of years to bring that case forward when the statute of limitations runs. On the Navajo Nation, I believe it is 3 years. Do we have the prosecutor on the line, Vernon Jackson? I believe it's 3 years. I'll have to go back into my Title 17, but we're trying to amend that to say on the Navajo Nation, we're not going to have any statute of limitations. And so that's one of the other hurdles that we're running into, that statute of limitations. And as Delegate Arvizo stated, the other thing when it comes to this lack of evidence or insufficient evidence is tainted evidence. And it's really hard because we know that families on the day out there, they want to search for their loved ones. But if you're, if you have people out there searching and they've never been trained, they might step over on a foot like that, or they may, they may pick up something that say, oh, look what I found. That becomes tainted. You're supposed to leave the evidence there, whatever it is that you find. And we know that some cases that would happen. So we're trying to address that, and we're fixing the Title 17 right now. We put the amendments in place to get tough with the law. We're trying to get tough with the law. During the 24th, that was our push. We said, you know what? We've heard so many community members who are reaching out for help. We're saying that this is not happening. Let's get tough with the law. We have jails. Kansas has one. You guys have a jail here. And yet we know that the average time a person spends in jail is less than 8 hours. So we're even questioning that. Why? We put money into that's there. Why are we not holding individuals longer than 8 hours? Because it doesn't make sense. The person who's in jail, they should stay in jail until they have their first arraignment and the first appearance. That's when they go before the judge. But what we're told, well, it's the law. So during the 24th, we tried to push to get the laws amended. But there were a majority of delegates, I believe it was 12 delegates who voted to table that Title 17 and to pass. So we're going to try again for the 25th because it's a brand new council. We have to start back all over again. As chair, I've been putting these meetings in place to update the delegates to say, like, this Title 17 is a new claim. Now, whether the 25th, whether they want to get tough with the laws, is going to be up to your delegates. So your delegate here for Kansas is Shannon Parrish. If she votes to get tough with the laws, then that's her vote. If she chooses not to get tough with the laws, maybe she's got different reasons, that's going to be her vote. But all we can do as a committee is recommend that Title 17 amendment. And that's what I was talking about. On June 6th, we can have a full day where we're going to go through that. And one of the amendments on there is how to handle missing one of their indigenous relatives or Navajo relatives. I've been working with delegate bodies for the last 4 years. We've been putting things in place. It's in the amendment. We're ready to go. But we have to get it to the committee and then we have to present it to the entire council. I know it sounds like a really easy task, but if you're not telling the delegates why, it only takes one person to call the delegates and say, hey, I don't want that one passed and this is why. That delegate might listen to them, that delegate may not listen to them, and then you have the chapters that are going to get involved. But we're trying to get during the 24th, I can say under Ms. James, Otto Stowe, you Stowe, and myself, we said let's get tough with the laws. If people break the laws, they Well, there's a process now. There's a process. So right now, the process is based on now explaining to them. I see you getting impatient. Are you on the agenda? Are you on the agenda? Okay, what did you need to talk about? Was he one of your agents?
No, it's second.
Okay, when I'm done explaining to them, because they presented, then we'll give you the floor. But there's no need to get impatient. There's a process that we have to follow. Thank you. So going back to Title 17, so that is what we're doing. Delegate Claudia also and I, we developed a bill of, it's going to be the Bill of Rights for the Navajo Nation, but it's going to also be within Title 17 where the victims' rights, which you guys will be part of. Right now, our victims' rights is only a half a page. So we're trying to lengthen that a little bit longer so that, you know, that our victims have rights in place. And one of those rights is the communication. And, you know, to make sure that that communication is in place for our victims. Because we do hear many times, we do hear when people go missing, that lack of communication, you know, it happens. So we are trying to address that, and part of that is Title 17. As a committee, we cannot overstep. We cannot go to the police department and say, you need to do this, you need to do this. That's where the chief of police comes into place and the director of Division of Public Safety who is not going. So as a committee, we are here during this concern, and we can tell you that we are working on the changes to Title 17. And it's kind of hard to keep interrupting, I'm sorry. So we're working on the Title 17 amendment to try to address these issues. So what we will do is I will get you information and I will email the U.S. Attorney General's office and the FBI personnel to find out what's going on with the case. I will also include in that email Mr. Weaver's boss, who is Director Michael Henderson, and then the Director of Division of Public Safety, Michael Anderson. As part of Michael Henderson and Michael Anderson. But Michael Henderson is the Director for Criminal Investigation, and then Director Anderson oversees law enforcement, and also the Chief Union on that email as well. To give you guys some information about what is happening. And then in terms of, you know, when you guys go out and you guys do research, if you guys are not getting any type of assistance, I'm going to give you my cell phone number. You guys have your pen and paper ready to go, and you guys can text me, and I will send it directly to Director Anderson to find out who can help us with this research part. My number is 928-257-0476. 928-257-0476. I'm also involved with the Missing Murdered Indigenous Women. We have a Facebook page and we also have a chat. So whenever the women want to do a walk or whenever they want to do a recognition of their relatives who are missing, we try to assist them in that process as well. Either, you know, coming to try to, you know, assist with water or snacks or even if they're presents and letting them know that they're there marching with them. We're out there, you know, Delegate Friday night, we try to do things with the families to try to get them information that they need and to also explain the process to them. So I'm so sorry, as I was going through, I haven't seen any information. You know, maybe I got the name wrong, but I'm looking through the Facebook to see if there was any information shared. But I will say that it's really important that you not put your phone number down. You put, you know, you can put criminal investigators, the office number down, or you can put law enforcement, police department's number down. Because what happens is when you announce that your relative is missing, you actually have people who say these cold jokes, and they'll call you, and they'll say, oh, I see him over here, or I see, you know, they were intoxicated, community, or we've also heard farmers come out to say that they were renting this down, but I have the relative, and if you don't pay me $1,000, I'm not gonna leave more. And it's a total joke that that's what's happening. You know, we depend on social media, and it's kind of go, you know, like wildfire, but we do try to share that information on social media, as well as the Allegation Police Department. They do post, you know, when they're listening to the meeting, that information is shared on the social media, page along with their phone number. So again, you know, we are here to assist, sell the party, you know, we are on missing orders and missing things, missing orders, and missing flowers and hospitals. And that's what we're doing in this 22 is post it and then try to get that communication out with the people. So I apologize, I'm so sorry if you're going through what you're going through. And as a committee, we are trying to address the laws that need to be changed. So I would recommend if you are from Sienta, that you reach out and you talk to your delegate funding first, and have her look at that part for you guys, and ask you to volunteer of those changes that, you know, that need to be made. Thank you. So with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to the gentleman here and his wife. They've been for 4 hours. And I will say in the future, sometimes our committee meetings go on the night. So if you know, but if you're on the agenda, we'll fix you right away. So I apologize, we have to wait 4 hours to get through this point, and then I give it to you, to present to the committee.
investigation, yet, that's unknown. I think they are stable. When it's just one, the second is down, and the
No. If I call the police, they have to take care of it. They have to come. Telling what the police are, that was the. They told me that you would deal with it, okay, they and the she said she started walking this way. And this car that passed by. He gave the car everywhere, I went to the car, well, she's, oh, yeah, the people, someone would say, and, oh, there's some question, to let the question wrong, that was what you. Oh, stop it, I don't. Who did you cut out the not? Why else would the food stop on you? This code is then, they don't do. All there and come to the job. Right, the whole children, not. They don't do something, they don't be strictly on the. You can't do this. They don't do. What every and population I don't care this and she yelled and she never you start checking everything. Yeah, I think people that Raise your hand. Saltwater. Board members, are there any questions or comments at this time?
Yeah, the door. I'm just gonna give. Care for those one, I don't like care. I don't have those one. So, they have those one. I don't understand, so I don't know that. This man is not something I thought. The reason is, yeah, I think I think it's all about. And honestly, the man is not something that they have criminal investigation out of the industry. I don't know, or during the 23rd council, I served on the law and order committee for 2 years. It's not 2 years in compensation services. It's now, yeah, I get shit that it's not. Regular, staff or I can tell you, really what I really so it's just that you get up on that, you know, so music moving forward, I don't know, the city over there. Which is not also makes it possible. The European for and they was an agency, made by children, now we have 18 chapters. And the KIB European for. Marine, flying step on the Island Bay, San Juan River, the Mexican app, one one is for. I don't know for the real and how it's a lot. Yeah, and it's really how I feel. For the end of this, but that's the law and which is how I feel. I don't know criminal investigators. Yeah, and it's really how I feel about. For other things, documents at all. I don't know for the. Thank you, husband, hello. I don't know, big now, social, hello. Hello, I actually a shot. So, get secretaries, get shape, it's very well. With the, maybe part of the day, or just farm method. Okay, and the days of lunch, right? Yeah, but take away or get out of that. Yes, I know when you're going to your frustration about see nice and like the sheets of the court. The game, yeah, the damage, so I'm going to call the very long work, maybe. Because of sure. But the morning for them, you can see this mass senior, some investigator. So, yeah. So then they can't depend on the actually value so I could already new copies so whether it has on the way they could have passed it back. So my Title 17. Attorney officer that today with that in circle. I know that 2 weeks ago we had a meeting with the U.S. Attorney officer. I thought in the future, but moving forward, we're going to have more meetings with the professionals. Given that, I don't know. I really appreciate it. I don't know. So my idea is for our health card. I am thinking so that they gave that much people. So it is not. People, for those that don't know, it's not about. I think I've been getting that way before. Everybody, for those that don't know, for the thing I find out. It's evil, but I'm not the name when you see it's coming out, so it all, it's so it all is evil, other, we cannot say they're not speaking. According to the power, things about, and it was, don't come down, and the way. working closely with Director Anderson is being developed. The question that is related that it's a lot. So now it's not the charge for it's charge for there are more benefits that way as well. We look at county state, the very short, the location, very city of Gallup, city of Farmington. They have not all police officers, but other, there's a lot of them other towns, but that it's not other big car. So it really is very much different. People don't other than higher than. It's also the way to deal with benefits, we have to play as well as a big car. So you know, I mean, if they need someone new, but you know, we'll give our officers the thought about. Well, I think it's evil, I was thinking, so you know, I must think of it, but what I don't know, yeah, check. Thank you.
So we did call upon PD. I'm sorry, what was your name? Sergeant Stevens. Sergeant Stevens, I know you were heading. We just received a grim report from colleagues. I did send that on the LOC text thread, the text message that I did send to Director Anderson as well as Chief Noon. Normally when we have committee meetings that are scheduled in a chapter, we usually expect the criminal investigator's office as well as PD prosecutor's office to be present because of the stories that are shared with us by community members. In this case, we have two individuals who went missing, and there's been a lack of communication. They were sent back and forth between criminal investigations and police department. There was a slow response time. There's been no assistance in helping the family to look for the missing family relatives. There's been various people that have been assigned to the cases, and months have passed with no information or no communication being relayed to the family aside from criminal investigation. Mr. Leader Nancy reported to us the work that he has been doing. So you are now in the hot seat, Sergeant. Sergeant, I didn't write your name down, sorry. Normally I write down names. So what we need to know is what is Kayenta Police Department going to do to try to address the issues that have been shared here today regarding missing murdered Indigenous relatives. In addition to that, we also had Bessie Allen Saltwater, who is a rancher, give some information about her safety, living out, I guess, in the rural areas, and the slow response time or no response time that is given when she does call. I know I should state that there was a white vehicle. She didn't call the police because she knew that the police department wasn't going to come out. She did call. But she did say that the police is doing nothing to assist her and her family, as well as her Nellie, who is missing, whose name is Jarvis Saltwater Jr. So we need to get an update on that, as well as Ms. Tashina Upshaw, who shared information about her brother Dustin. I'm sorry, Tashina, I didn't get his last name. Donnie. Okay, Dustin Zani. It's very crucial that police department and criminal investigations communicate with the family and cases, even if it means just picking up the phone to say there's been no new developments and we're still working on the case. I know that we've heard from multiple families that just, receiving a phone call like that does, keep them in the loop about what is happening. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the mic over to you at this time to answer those questions regarding the information that has been brought before this meeting.
Okay, my name is Shivanya Stevens. I was with the Police Department and the Police Department for 18 years. As far as Jarvis Saltwater Jr., I was one of the officers that responded to that call. I'm very familiar with that case. We did receive the call. I was the third officer that responded to the call. I'm the one that entered the last missing person, and I had a close relationship with
Bessie and Joe Saltwater, along with the father of Jarvis Saltwater Senior, and also the stepmother Maxine. So we conducted searches in that area for about a week. Also with CI and also with fire department, those searches were conducted. So I know that after that, any time that neighborhood meeting before last week, met with Bessie and also Joe Saltwater. Reference to 100 numbers that are coming in the calls that they're receiving from an unknown number. That's something that reader, CIS and I have been keeping in contact with them. So that's one of the cases, I'm very familiar with, and it's still an ongoing case. Any information, we still do updates on those. I'm not too sure. But it's something that we would have to, I've been in close contact with and we've had that communication with. Thank you, Sergeant Stevens, for giving us an update on the saltwater case. Committee members, we need a directive in place upon completion of this report. I will ask the committee members to motion for a directive as well as a second. I think what we need to do is we need the Tashina Afshaw and her family updated on the investments on the street. We'll give police department and criminal investigations exactly 3 days to respond to update the family what is happening with this case. In addition to that, we'll also issue our own directive to ourselves as a committee, and that directive will be to the U.S. Attorney General's office, as well as the FBI agent that we met at Twin Arrows to ask about any updates to these cases or whether the case has even been referred. Has it been referred to FBI, Mr. Ness?
Yes, on both cases, the FBI was involved in both cases.
FBI for phone cases. Do you know if it's been referred to the U.S. Attorney General's office?
Case is not referred to the U.S. Attorney's office, but the case that one case has is work with the federal court here for the
Thank you. The directive will be to the law enforcement committee chair, to myself, Lorraine, to inquire about both cases and to get an update on both cases, which we can share with Mr. Reader, and then we can meet with the family. I know that when we can't by law issue a directive to FBI and to the U.S. Attorney's Office. However, we can send them that information, and we'll be sure to CC Mr. Naz on that email so that he has that in his records as well, that we are reaching out about this case. I think you can send the email, if it's been referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office, we can send it to as well as one advertising with the victims advocate specialist, and then the FBI agent. Doesn't remember her name. I have it in my notes back home. But there was the FBI agent who would give report to the law enforcement else. I'm sure it's within our records, but we can go and pull that up. Mr. Reader, is there anybody else that we need to direct that that letter to?
Well, exactly about 9 people that told this.
Get us the name of the 9 individuals as well as a summary when they were missing contact information. The sooner you get it to us, the better, so that we can reach out to FBI and U.S. Attorney General's office with one letter, letting them know that we need an update on all of those cases. And what we'll do within that letter, Lorraine, is we will invite them to a law enforcement committee to give the report themselves. And we will also look for families, to let the families know when that report will be given so that they are present as well. Jennifer Milholland, that's the FBI agent, Jennifer Milholland. Is there anything else, Mr. Mr. Naz, I'm sorry, keep making your first name your last name. Mr. Naz, is there anything else that you need?
No, thank you.
right? If you can get us that information, I did say, 3 days, the directive, for response time for an update, to the families. But we'll go ahead and, I'll go ahead and start looking at the letter. So give me, what's today, Monday, Tuesday? Give me 4 days. I'll have the letter to you, on Friday so that we can send out an official letter and then also get that sent out via email as well. As far as, police department, there was the concern that was brought, by, Ms. Saltwater, her concern as a rancher. I think, is there any way that, maybe we can help to, I know that I did this in my community with some of my elders. I did like throw down the thing their phone, like help. And it just went directly to the police department. Oh, yeah, my family's really loud. Can you guys hear me from that side? Okay, so what I was saying was, we had Ms. Betsy Allen Stedwetter, who talked about being a rancher out in the rural areas and how she puts their response when she calls the police. Perhaps, and again, you know, cancer commissioners, if you present the billing elders phone help, then call it and it goes directly to the police department. Because if you do 911, they'll transfer the call back to the 911, and then it goes to the loss, or you don't want to respond. The other one that we also put too was we also shared these sergeants, so we should phone them. And so if the first help doesn't work, help to go straight to herself for them. So maybe that's something the police department can work with the Saltwater and then other elders who are having issues as well. So we can, you know, if that's something that your department will start working on, and I'll go ahead and share that information with Mr. Anderson, so you can, we don't know at this point, if 911 is working with all communities, about we receive an update and we're still in the process of getting things going. But we do have a missing person alert. You guys know about the missing person alert. I shared this on Facebook and we also shared it on the radio. If you text I believe it was pound 888-777, you will get updates on the notification of missing and endangered people. So we just got one on Thursday. Monterey, Billy Lee, age 29, male, last name in Phoenix, Arizona, with the phone number to call. So if you are not part of this, with alert system, then you can become part of the pound 888-777, another pound or asterisk. You guys are looking to the I find this a long time ago, I was using the pound or asterisk. Yeah, I do too, but the first time that you register, yeah. But try that, just text it 888-777. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? I'm going to turn the floor over to Dr.
To manage private problems in village. The delegate, representative of Cecilia, the Nani, is allowed the meeting. We are to maybe tonight. I will the they hang out with their friends or they get in trouble with the law. To basically with them. to hire police officers. Nobody wants to be a police officer. Out of this level, done the office, there's over 2,000 jobs open in the reservation. Okay, nobody wants to work, we have a nation. I was at, Chicago was the reason. You have to have employees, you have to have people. These days, I was on, and that's what I was done this. These law, the English, children. The devil that is Lisa. I don't need to train it up, only not change. I don't put it down in January, the don't like, I don't know the baby, the education, we come from the Mexico, I don't know the I don't like the it's state police out of the sheriff department. Out of what about the one, are you doing, that in that, lying that in that, out of the benefits, out of the topic, because I find that it's maybe what I was the meeting, or other, it's not, so we could only it's allowed on ability, it's not their fault. There's just not enough of them. We had Carrie, how many officers today?
Today we have
243. Today we have 243 officers that are nationwide. In order to serve this size, that location, 29,000 square, 27,000 square miles. In order to serve that area, we need 754 police officers. We don't have it. We only have 243. We produce it's allowed that little eye, so they leave because they're very little. So it's our job as delegates of the Navajo Nation tribe, you know, it's not law. Project measure the care of project, niche or base. Give us AI is Chicago hired a statement that may know. They're based on a phenomenon, but some of them don't want to be officers. And if we have a lot more officers, some of these regular officers, they can move into CI. We just can't keep enough officers. I'm fighting in bonds and those never stop. It's hard. Like I said, with the law, nobody wants to work for the nation because we don't pay them. Navajo Nation salary is at $750. The state of New Mexico salary is at $1250. I said out of the that when you get those were that's in the since 2 years, we said summer use, we said I think that's great. Our babies are not patient there, so often to be given that Madam Chair.
We do have a bunch of vacancies in the police department, and that's part of the issue that we're trying to address right now. So what we did during the 24th Navajo Nation Council is we exercised our sovereignty. And what we mean by that is we get 638 money through the federal government. And the 638 money is what determines like how many officers we can have. So what we did was we opened up a police academy on the Navajo Nation to allow people to come through and to go through the academy. Because before the academy, when people would sign up, you would maybe 1 or 2 officers would get sent down to, I think it was Artesia, and then they get trained, and then that would be all we would get. So now we are at 223 officers that we open up the police academy. But that's one way that the 24th, when that was brought to our attention, we helped with that. And then in terms of the low number of police officers, so the Navajo Nation Police, which includes Little Rock District, Chippewa District, Crown Point District, Tuba City District, Chinle District, Kayenta District, Yalcon District, received 239,376 calls for service. I will repeat that. 239,376 calls for service. That's the average number of calls that they received in 1 year. The Kayenta, they received in 2018, 41,870 calls. And then in 2019, 35,229 calls. In 2020, 32,513 calls. And the average that Kayenta is receiving, 36,537 calls. That means every time somebody picks up the phone to call the police, that's what's being recorded. And when we're lacking officers, you know, our officers get put in very difficult positions because they either will respond to a fight that's happening or a public intoxication call. Because there's not enough officers, but we are working on that. It's not an excuse. It was something that we brought to our attention, and we are working on that. How can we increase that number? We also allow for bonuses because we recently found out Albuquerque police hire sign-on bonus, $14,000 to $19,000 sign-on bonus. How many of our Navajo officers are going to turn that down? And we can't compete on Navajo Nation. We don't have that kind of money to give to a person, one person to be an officer. And the same thing, I'm sure you guys are going to hear with the fire department. We have some of our firefighters that are still making $9 an hour. And we're trying to address that. And so the budget is coming up, and we've been talking about this. If we increase in a certain area, we decrease in another area. And so it is really tough, you know, to try to figure out, okay, if we increase police officers, then we decrease with feeding our elders. So those are some of the things that come up during budget. But we're going to try to be a little bit more creative, and it comes back to, you know, the revenue that comes in. So again, you know, we will work with the families. We issued the 2 directives. I just let you know the directives, what they do is they hold us responsible to make those connections. For instance, the directive for me as chair of the monitor committee is to write that letter to get some information from FBI USA. And I'm going to be relying on Mr. Naz, because I don't have his case file in front of me. So I'll be relying on him to give me the names as well as summary, so we can send that letter into the Arizona United States Attorney General's office, as well as the FBI, to find out what's going on with those cases. So are there any, do you guys have any other questions or any comments? Are you guys okay? Okay, and we did issue this directive, so what can happen is as soon as the directive is signed, so that means if I sign it, if we get it done, I think I'm really trying to get it done tomorrow. But as soon as it's done and it's signed, and it's sent back into the clock starts. So that's why I said, because I've been, you know, with my directive, I'm giving myself a little bit of time because I'm relying on Mr. Nance to share that information. And if, just like today, what happened with that directive that Chinle chapter was talking about, they didn't follow through. So that's why we're saying, okay, we gave them a directive in writing, we asked them nicely, now our next step is to go there in person and to bring everybody together to say what is going on. So that's how the directive works. Okay. And then in the meantime, I did text the MIW team to ask, you know, if they can reach out to you guys as a family so that you guys can start participating in these walks. So each family holds different blocks, but they all come together to help each other. And it's a good way to rely on each other and to ask for help as well. And then usually once that information is posted, Delegate Claudia and I try to make all efforts to be here or to help in any way that we can. And then we call upon our law enforcement criminal investigators to be part of them. Okay. So if you don't have any questions or comments at this point, and you guys have my phone numbers, I always say texting is good because I've ignored 16 phone calls since being in this meeting. I think it's really difficult to call me walk out in the chair. So texting is good. I respond back to texting. You guys have my number. Is there anything else, Mr. Nance, that you'd like to ask before we call for a vote?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Committee members, are there any questions or comments? Okay, so with that, we do have a report that was provided to us here today on missing murdered relatives here in the Kayenta district. I did call for a motion. Can I get a motion in a second at this time? Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Nelson Nota. So with that, committee members, since there are no other questions or comments, and I think we got the two directives that we're going to be voting on as soon as we vote on the report, I'd like to call for a roll call vote. Welcome, assistance from that, please.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Herman Daniel Student, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Herman Daniel Student, votes green. Honorable Sherwin Nazi, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Sherwin Nazi, votes green. Honorable Nathan Mesa, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Nathan Mesa, votes green. Honorable Madam Chair Crosman, yes, 4 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair Crosman is not voting. 4
in favor, 0 opposed, 1 not voting, and that's the chair. So at this time, committee members, because I'm chair and I can't make the motion, I'm going to rely on my committee members to make the first motion. We're ready, and we can go ahead and read the directive, and then we'll call for a motion. All right?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee members. So the first directive is to contact the AUSA and the FBI with the listing that we're getting from Lieutenant Hernandez, and we'll forward that to block staff with their officers there on the one. And then the second one is from the LOC, the director, Madam Chair Charles Newton will be the letter, and that will be sent along with the USA and the FBI.
Lorraine, directive 1 was to Chief Noon, Director Anderson and Kayenta Police Department, as well as Kayenta Criminal Investigators, to make contact with the Saltwater family, and then also with Mr. Zahn and his family. And I believe the point of contact is going to be Tashina, but to possibly work with maybe Tashina to get the point of contact out within 3 days to make contact with the families to update them on their cases. So that would be criminal investigators and police department. So the directive would be sent to Director Anderson, to Chief Noon, to Director Henderson. And then the second directive is the letter to AUSA FBI on the 9 cases here at Kayenta. And that one, I'm giving myself a little bit of time because I'm relying on Mr. Nance to send us the name of the 9. So I did say, hopefully, can you get it to me by Friday, Mr. Nance? By Friday. I'll have the letter drafted and ready to go signed by Friday. So that would be once we get it submitted, Monday would be the first day for the directive. Okay. So we have 2 directives in place, committee members. Can I get a motion and a second? Motion made by Delegate Nathan Nota. Can I get a second? Second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Committee members, are there any questions or comments regarding Directive 1 and 2? Okay, not hearing anything, Cheryl, can you assist us with a roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arbuckle, how do you vote? Honorable Stephen Arbuckle votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Herman Daniel, how do you vote? Thank you, Honorable Herman Daniel, votes green. Honorable Cheryl Yazzie, how do you vote? Agree. Thank you, Honorable Cheryl Yazzie votes green. With the Honorable Madam Clerk, trustee, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting.
Thank you. We have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting for both directives. Again, Lorraine, the first directive, I'll start working on it tomorrow, and then the other directive, I'll work on that city and leave the information from Mr. Nance, but hopefully I'll be to you by Friday. So with that, committee members, we just got finished with our report on our missing murder indigenous relatives here within the Kansas district. We'll go ahead and move forward to, there was a new report added on. The report was from Kansas Unified School District. I believe that we have Chris Claw. Oh, there we go. Chris Claw, who's going to be giving the report and getting information on what the report is specific to. I think we're going to event that happened, or an issue that happened, I would say maybe a month or so ago. So I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Mr. Claw. Mr. Claw, you heard the rules of the procedure for law and order committee. Do you have any questions about the procedure? Okay, with that, let's go give 20 minutes on the clock. Mr. Claw.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Claw. So I have here in is a friendship share. So I work for the Kansas Unified School District as a safety coordinator and timeline investigator. So I just kind of wanted to do a report on the incident that happened on April 4th here in our community and on our district campus. So on the 3rd, I know there was a post of a social media threat in the next Farmington, Newcomb area. So I sent that message to our superintendents in Leno Hudson. And then eventually the next day, regular school day, morning pickup kids. We had an intruder within our school system. We had an intruder that entered a bus. We had an intruder enter our middle school. The same intruder entered our district. Now, this individual who came into our campus looked very young, looked like a middle school kid. Unfortunately, he was 20 years old. First contact was with the middle school principal at the bus stop. So principal made contact, asked questions, who he was, why he was there. So his answer was, I come to Kansas Unified School District to enroll myself. So the principal asked his age. He said he was 18 years old. So with that said, the middle school principal walked into the high school. So the process at the high school is any new enrollee meet with the principal for an interview because it was his first to school out. So the individual was interviewed by the principal. Now, during the interview, there was some red flags that he gave. The answers to the questions were red flags. One was he gave a false name. 2, he was in the military. He was a sniper.
And then the other one was he had medication. He had, I don't know, maybe like 13 bottles of medication. Those medications were for mental health. So with that, the principal called me to his office. And, you know, as I entered the office, there were several red flags. So I immediately called law enforcement. I immediately called Mr. Nez for assistance. Before that, he did say, I made threats to this school and from this area. So I immediately called Lieutenant Reader, I called law enforcement showed up. So with that said, the individual was transported from Kansas Unified School District back to Red Mesa, to the clinic there. So superintendent sent me to the police department to say, hey, you know, I hope just check to see if he was arrested for entering the school and giving us a different name and giving us false information. So at that point, he transported him and dropped him off at Red Mesa Regional or the Red Mesa Clinic. So with that, we did call Red Mesa, they confirmed that he's there. And so some suspicion there, we called the Red Mesa Unified School District just to give them a heads up on what's going on. Who the individual was, we did send him some surveillance footage of the individual. So, and then he was waiting for his parents, his mom and dad, picking him. So I knew, and then Mr. Lieutenant Nez contacted me. He says, "Hey, we're gonna we contacted the FBI or the U.S. Attorney and the issue." So before he entered another school, they were able to arrest him and hold him. So with the long story short, that's kind of what happened on April 4th of this year, the Kansas Unified School District. So one thing we found out as we were conducting an investigation with our school was the individual in our school bus over here at the Unique Shade. He did make contact with the bus driver. The bus driver stopped him, asked him some questions. And he told the bus driver there was a new road, so the bus driver let him know, and he got off at the school. So with that, Mr. Aston, who's our superintendent of schools, wrote an email to all the leaders that he had contact within the Navajo Nation. And I'll just read the first paragraph. It says, Navajo leaders, I'm alerting the Navajo leaders of the lessons. Some academic failure of many organizations of the nation that can have a dire consequence in students and schools, both in northern New Mexico and Arizona. So we did get a response from Shamin Parish, and she requested to meet with the Department of Public Safety, the commanders, and we met. We talked about communication within police districts. We talked about, you know, withholding individuals, you know, longer than 8 hours. So those were some of the things that we were talking about. So, Department of the Education started a movement the Navajo Nation School of Health, task force. And so we've been meeting, in Wonder Rock, St. Michael's, consolidated school area. And now, that movement has created, a lot of changes coming to the local public health navigation, the prosecutor's office, to make some of these changes so that the communication is there. When an individual is transported into another community, or put in a community that, risk, to put in our schools at risk when nothing like this is communicated. Especially in this individual who made trips to several schools. The only reason why he was transported to Kansas is because the DOC and SHPA was imposed. So he was brought into our community, he was released to our community. He had an opportunity to continue his threats. He had, an opportunity to continue school. I know that I think one thing that we need to make sure is that, anybody that's being transported, anybody in dangerous or anything like that needs to be communicated. We're all aware of the, individual. The other thing that we requested is there a way to release prisoners and school buses are completed with the pickups or drop-offs? Not only our community, all the other communities. So that's kind of what I have and kind of what I wanted to report to the law. Thank you for listening. And thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Law, for that. We did become aware of that, on April 4th, the threat to schools. As chair, I responded immediately. To Shannon Parrish's email, and we were able to put together the, having a training, or I think it's safety seminar on Thursday, that I will be in attendance at, so I guess immediately jumped into action with this stuff, working with Jody, Dr. Aguinez and myself are part of that, to try to get these issues addressed, but I think some of the recommendations that you have, I have to go back to look at the Title 17 amendments. But I know that we do have holding times for individuals for a longer period of time. What we were proposing, I believe, it might still be a test, I'll have to go back and look. I can bring my Title 17 book with me, but it's for 6 months. And what that means, maybe members, is an individual gets arrested, let's say on a Friday, they're held until Monday before they go before the judge. Now, there's a lot of people that were opposing that, saying that jail is not the answer. My response was, well, what is health education and human services doing to help? Because I don't hear, in this is the 24th, I never heard a House member request for more funding for detox, or for rehabilitation centers, or for holding individuals that have mental health issues. There's currently laws in place for those who have mental health issues. One of those rights is they can't be jailed. So when we run into a tough situation, but that's why I was saying that, because it's important to have talk about the laws. So hoping that we still have that same stance, you know, when we review Title 17, but that is not, what I'm saying is a whole individual until, the first appearance before the judge. I know that, that the consent decree has been brought up several times, but just so everybody is aware, there is currently, back in the 1980s, I want to say, I did bring my consent decree forward with 1993, there was an individual who challenged the jails. And he said, yeah, I'm in jail, but they are inhumane treatment of people because our jails were really old. So as a response to that, there's been new facilities that have been built throughout the nation. Here in Kayenta, this facility was built, and during, and I'm sure Delegate Daniels knows what I'm talking about, but we have the federal government with their hands out saying, now, nation, if you guys don't show us the numbers and the data and anything that backs up this facility, you know, that you guys have to pay that, I think it's like 34 million. Because all of our now the time, you know, with all of our social media. So we've addressed that somewhat. Because of a few one more outstanding issue that we have to address. But that was kind of the response for getting these new jails in place. So now we have 2 jails that need to be built. And these 2 jails, we have the data and the statistics showing that there's, you know, they need to be built. And that is the Shiprock jail and the Windy Rock jail. Both of which we have the overwhelming number. You know, we see the numbers that are coming through with those 2. So again, you know, committee members, I think I see you guys have my email to the investment committee asking to get onto the agenda so that we can present the information to start building these facilities. So a lot of things are going on at this point. But to answer your question, you know, or to answer the concern that we brought, it is, you know, he was brought from Shiprock, and he was brought here. He went through corrections. I don't know how long he stayed in corrections, but that's another issue that we're facing is corrections. They have the open swinging door. So the officers bring them in from the back and they just walk right out through the front door. So it's not our officers are not responding or if they're not arresting, they are arresting, but what we're seeing is corrections where they're just walking around the door. So we have been trying to address that with consent decree. We think that because these new jails have been built, that, you know, what I said is let somebody challenge this. Because the report that we got from corrections is that people who go to jail are getting fed better than those who are out of jail because of the calorie count that we have to abide by. They're in better facilities, they're in cleaner facilities, they're in newer facilities. Both of them are newer than the homes that we live in or the homes that we were raised in. So, you know, I'm saying we haven't challenged us. The 2 jails that are very, very old that shut down 3 jails. Delcon was first, Shiprock, and then Window. So we are addressing them. And then as far as the getting information out to schools, you know, I don't know how they will do that, but we can certainly bring that up to Director Anderson, as well as we don't know. I don't know if he was arrested for false information. I'm trying to think back to Title 17. I don't think we have anything in there for giving false information. Falsification. That's right. That's right. So there's, I don't know if he was arrested for falsification. We will ask make them to and then holding them until school is let out. I know in Town Point where I used to be the prosecutor, they used to release them like at 6 in the morning. And we would call it the walk of shame. So they would walk from camp to detention all the way to Bastions, which is about maybe 4 or 5 miles, in order to you know, have to ride back to the community. The problem is we've had people come to this committee to say, my son was arrested, you guys picked him up, you took him to Canada, you guys should have brought him back. Because it's, you know, it's not safe for him to be protected. or it's not safe for these women to be protected. So we did have that discussion during the 24th, and we decided that our police department and our corrections, they're going to protect these. And that, you know, again, I'm a firm believer that if you do the crime, you need to do the time. And if you're being arrested, there is probable cause that the officers decide that there's a reason why people who've been arrested to take them back to their community. So during the 24th, you know, we said we don't have the money to do that. And yes, it is a shame, but we just don't have the money to pay taxes. So I don't know, maybe the 25th we'll have a different thought about that. And we'll have to look at the money to see where we can do that. But we do have it in our budget to have correction or even the police department come back and take the person back to the community that they arrested them. So we have to probably look at the schools of how we can try to address that in terms of communication, but I'm sure it can be done. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Dr. Daniel?
Thank you very much for going through. I don't know that shape. The one for the something that the and the university the performance those process is upon data, you know, that Mountain Valley High School in Mountain Valley High School human being is a previous task and talked about the way that how can we get done. They're not going to get done on the school resource officers. Good information schools that we that's going to go like fast. So I think again, essentially it's not on the way and how education services are really perhaps what we can do is have a joint meeting with them to go later. How education services can be leadership that we don't think that we don't know that they maybe
What's going on? Zero's connected.